Recorded in progress. Recording in
Right, we are now live. Councillor Noon, could you hear me?
Welcome everybody. Chris Nicolau, can you hear me, Chris?
I can. Can you hear me?
Perfect. Lovely. Hey, look, welcome. Hey, on behalf of us all here, Chris, welcome. I mentioned earlier before the IT issue popped up that you're a Keres Bay resident and you're here to talk about Port Otago.
Yes.
We're in your hands. You have 5 minutes. Thanks, Chris.
Yeah.
And there may be some questions at the end.
Okay. I'm coming to seek some clarity to the questions I've had and still have, but there seems to be no other venue to get the answers. I understand that you are all the guardians of our asset, Port Otago. We still have problems with noise and mitigation in our neighbourhood. While it was good that Port Otago joined the international community to get Maersk to insulate their boat generators, Port Otago continue to use hope as mitigation. Over the last 2 years, the very noisy Maersk or MSC boats park their very noisy engines in towards Keres Bay, and every other insulated boat parks their engine sterns in at the container wharf in the port. It is only the noisy boats that get parked at the multi-purpose wharf with their sterns in Keres Bay. When I asked the port why, they explained that the noise experts said it was the best place. When I asked for the noise experts' evidence, it was refused. When another member of our community asked to meet with the port experts, we were told that they didn't have the money to facilitate a meeting. So now I am asking you to show us the noise contour maps from Marshall Day, the noise experts, which shows that the berthing of the noisy ships with their engines into Keres Bay is mitigating the noise from port. Where is the evidence of this mitigation? Our noise monitor, sited in the port cemetery above Keres Bay and installed by Port Otago as a consequence of an Environment Court decision, has not been working for some time, so there is no accurate noise data. Ship-to-shore power is no longer discussed at the Port Otago Noise Liaison Committee because the CEO of Port informed the group that the designers are not building the new container ships for that sort of technology. Anytime ship-to-shore power is discussed, it's met by port boards and operators with a roll your eye and can't be done attitude. But electrifying the ports would go to a long way to address carbon emissions and also lessen our noise during our sleep hours. Why are we not investing in modern technology at this point in time? If a girl of 12 can make the world aware of climate change, I don't see why, between all the organizations we have, that a campaign of ship-to-shore power cannot be mounted or stop working at nighttime. We all know it's not safe for port workers to be working nights. Port Otago workers don't want to do night shifts due to the toll on their health. So ship-to-shore power or simply work the 7 to 11 p.m. shifts. I do have numbers and information for such a project. It's a longer discussion than my 5-minute allotment, but needs to be addressed in a more formal way. Also, I would like some transparency around our roading from Port Chalmers to Keres Bay. Apparently, in the redevelopment plan for POL, there is a new entrance and exit planned at the gate closest to Keres Bay, a narrow suburban road squeezed between a steep cliff and the port. Part of our footpath is already behind the POL fence and has been for 20 years. There is some whispering that this could become a bigger issue since this is the only way we in the West Harbour get in and out from our homes to the city. What is the long-term goal here, and when will we be consulted before any action is taken? Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chris. Look, we can't answer those questions here today, but absolutely more than happy to.
Andrew, no one can answer them at any time, at any point of any day. And it's come to an impasse.
Yeah. So, but as you alluded to at the front end of your submission, we are the guardians. Effectively, the Port Otago is, or the shares in Port Otago is held by this entity, and that's the point you made at the front end. So, as the guardians of the port, we have a responsibility to certainly pass on your comments to the appropriate people, and we will certainly do that.
I would hope it would be a little more than that, Andrew, considering that these reports have been passed on and passed on and passed on. And I think that now is the time that you guys have to step up as the guardians of the asset. And that has never been done before. You simply, just like controlled council organizations, you let people run their own entities, and that's fine. But when there's no duty of care that's looked at, you have mission statements all over the place saying that you want to be good neighbours, but how is what I've just said neighbourly? I mean, you cannot refuse a neighbourhood information.
Okay, no, that's fair enough, Chris. I mean, you've posed those questions, and like I say, we're happy to follow that up.
And when can I expect some answers? When can I expect some answers is what I'm asking you.
In terms of the questions you've raised, I will personally raise them with the chairman of Port Otago, and I will ask him the same question in terms of a time frame. Okay.
I will email this letter that I've just read out to you, so you have all of the information in front of you.
Lovely, much appreciated. We've got a question from Kevin, Councillor Malcolm, and also Councillor Calvert. So Councillor Malcolm first.
Just a wee point of clarity. I think you said in your letter that the Port Liaison Committee did not talk regarding the noise issue. I don't know where that information comes from, but I would say at every meeting that I've been party of that in the term
No,
that
I
I'm
did
on,
not say, no, sir, I did not say that.
It was about, no, I said I may have heard it wrong. So I'm just saying you said something about the Port Liaison Group. Could you just repeat that?
Okay, hold on. Ship to shore power is no longer discussed at the Port Otago Noise Liaison Committee because the CEO of Port informed the group that the designers are not building the new container ships.
Okay, my apologies. I thought you were saying the Port Liaison. We have a Port Liaison Committee that works as a committee of council that deals.
No, it doesn't work as a noise committee, sir. It works as a group of people that get pie charts and graphs and sit around the table and say yes.
So
that's what the noise. That's what the noise committee is.
Sorry, Chris. We're talking. Yeah, I understood that to be our Port Liaison Committee. We have a separate Port Liaison Committee that is different to the one you're talking about, that we deal regularly on a basis with Port and understanding where they're at. So sure. we certainly regularly ask those questions. I'm just wondering if you are aware that the final Rio Tinto boat that is unmuffled is now taken off that service.
And it may or may not come back. As I said, mitigation cannot be used by the word hope. We hope that they won't come back, but there's no guarantee.
Okay. Councillor Calvert and then Councillor Hope. And these are questions of clarification. Thank you.
It may be that this has partly been answered, but I would like to know whether you see it would be a useful move forward for you to email the questions that you have in your, that came from behind your presentation, to us as the Port Liaison Committee group, because that's how we interact.
No, I will send
during the year.
Yes, I will send.
In which case, I think I can say for the rest of us on the Port Liaison Committee meeting, we undertake to take it to that committee and get answers back to it. And I'm not making any comment about whether the answers will be good, bad, or sufficient from your point of view, but answers to it, and that those answers will be not only forwarded to you, but they will be circulated to councillors so as that we understand what Port's response to that has been.
I would appreciate any message that you could send, but it has been, I have been in this fight for 20 years. Some people have been in this fight for 40 years. It is 2022. There are great strides. The technology for ship-to-shore power has been around for 20 years. You guys ignore it. I know about the ship scheduling services, and for 20 years, I have the same knowledge probably as your CEO.
Okay, Councillor Hope.
Thank you, Chris. You talked before about the little box or the noise box that measures the noise, and you said it's not working. How
No.
long have you been aware it's not working?
Well, I think the people from the noise committee or our group of the Kearys Bay were told that it hadn't been working for about 6 months. It could be longer. We have no idea because, as I say, there is no transparency. And when you allow an industry to monitor their own pollution, you don't get any transparency.
Okay. Thank you for the clarity. I appreciate it.
There are no further, have we got any questions online? No further questions. On behalf of us all, Chris, thank you very much for
So what do I
being
have
with us
to expect? Yes, but what am I expecting is that you're going to take this to your meeting,
Yep.
seek the answers and get back to me when? In 20 years' time, when I'm 90?
No, we'll certainly come back to you in a timely manner. I don't even know when the next ORC Port
There we go.
Liaison Committee is, but look, we're going to come back to you in a timely manner, okay?
If we get the email soon,
I'll
then
be
it
sending
will
it
go
to you
to,
right after.
can-
I'll send it to Diane.
it can go to the next Port Liaison Committee and we can forward it to them in advance so as we can talk about it at the meeting.
Cool.
And the other
Cool.
thing is the transparency of the minutes of the Port Noise Liaison Committee. Where are they? Where can I read them? Where can any of us read
Well,
them?
We'll ask that question as well. Yep. Thank you very much, Chris. Enjoy the rest of your day. Okay, moving on, confirmation of the agenda. I understand there's no changes. It's we just confirm as circulated. I'll move, seconded by Councillor Wilson. I'll put the motion, confirmation of the agenda. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Conflict of interest, just the standard reminder that you need to stand aside from decision making when conflict arises between our role as elected representatives and any private or other external interest that
I will
we
be sitting out.
might have.
I'll be sitting out on item relating to Plan Change 7.
Excellent, thank
And
you.
I'll be sitting out on the office, whatever's going on there. I wouldn't know because I haven't.
And Gary wants you to, I think.
Okay, so we'll just note then, by the sound of that, we've got Councillor Wilson and Councillor Callagher sitting out on item 7.2 and Councillor Calvert sitting out on item 7.6. Are there any other councillors who want to note that they may be sitting out of any of those items, any other items? If not, moving on, I probably should have also said in terms of housekeeping, let's aim to have a break at 3:30. We'll work on the same procedure as Kevin used for finance in terms of voting. Just raise your hands, speaking and asking questions. If you use the electronic mechanism for the members that are on Zoom. And in terms of the debate on topics, I'd like to tighten up on where we have the questions asked at the front end, and then once a motion has been once a motion has been moved and seconded, that we don't have more questions halfway through the debate. So let's get all the questions out on the table at the front end and then have a clear step once the motion has been moved and seconded. So we all understand from that point onwards, it's debate. You'll have an opportunity to speak and once, and then obviously the mover has that chance of a right of reply as well. Okay, moving on to item 5, confirmation of the minutes. I'll move that the minutes of the 9th of December 2021 council meeting be approved, seconded by Councillor Laws. Any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Moving on to 5.2 minutes of the 9th of February 2022 extraordinary council meeting. I will move the true and correct, seconded by, I'll go back to first names, I think. Hillary, sorry.
Councillor Robinson has got her hand up there,
Oh,
Chair.
do you want to speak?
Yeah, sorry, these
Good.
minutes and the previous, particularly actually the previous minutes, which did go through, but these ones as well don't actually meet standing orders for what minutes should contain. So, yeah, if you just go through that, they don't. We don't even record the resolutions in the ones that were just passed. So it's very hard to know what was actually passed. But yeah, so this one as well is very scant. There's no record of what was actually spoken about. So yeah, I'm going to record that I don't feel that either of them meet the standing orders.
So
Could we understand that?
Yeah,
so just
I'll tell
can
you
you
a bit more.
just clarify, Gretchen, if we go to the first set of minutes,
Mm.
the 9th of December, do you want to just clarify there where you're not supportive
There
of?
aren't really minutes.
It's a record of the resolutions.
The resolution's there, 5.
Maybe I've looked in the wrong place then.
Yep.
You look at the agenda rather than, sorry.
But
Hang on, I just want to understand, get clarity exactly where Gretchen's concerned. Yeah, I'll come to you in a minute.
sorry, I'm trying to get into zooming and the papers now. Right,
Just
sorry. Agenda and radio. Minutes of 9th of December. Yeah, there's a whole lot of other ones in there. Trying to get to the,
Is she doing public excluded or is she doing,
Well, on the
oh,
agenda, we're
sorry, yeah,
dealing
well,
with,
sorry, public excluded. Yep, we'll talk
Okay,
about
so-
that later.
That'd be a good idea.
Yep, no, we're fine at the moment, thank you, all good.
okay, so I'm just gonna put the minutes of the 9th of February 2022 extraordinary council meeting. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Okay. Thank you. So moving on to the action list. Any questions? I did have an email from Gavin, Dr. Palmer, with regards to the comment. This is under the 23rd of the 6th, 2021, facilitation of landowner access to. No, sorry, it's not that one. Beg your pardon. Dr. Palmer, if you can hear me, can you just remind me which one you raised?
Yes, Mr.
With
Chair,
me-
it's page 19 of the agenda. It's the second row of the table. It's the action to do with the National Wilding Pine Funding Round.
Thank you. Thank you. And yeah, essentially the comment in the action taken is relevant to the implementation committee and yes, in terms of me following up under action required, I was to speak with ministers, territorial authorities. The only minister I've spoken to is Minister Parker verbally about this issue. And one of the conversations I had with them several months ago, that's all I've got to report there. Any other queries in the action list? Hillary?
Just a sort of a general query, when it has action taken and date due, I'd find it quite useful if the dates lined up with our meetings And if, when it says this report was presented to such and such, it said that, like, completed, that action completed, reported to such and such, so as that we know that it has actually, is that possible? I mean, I really appreciate often Nick's, but a variety of people's notes under the action things. But if we've asked for it, or if it's come here, and it's been reported somewhere else, it should say something that sort of connects those, because we can't tell. Like, for example, regional shared services, the report was represented on 23rd of February to us, and that's fine because it's us, but an update provided to like 28-2, an annual review. So I'm just saying, if we could get those dates lined up, and just, if they have been reported to where they should be reported to, they just need to say completed, has been done, or whatever. I mean, it's really useful to know where they went, but.
Your point is noted by all who have a responsibility in this space.
I really love the updates, just the little things, that's really helpful.
Cool. Sarah. But you're good. Alexa.
Mine is just, again, as I raised in the Finance Committee meeting, South Dunedin Future Programme Update Report, and working with DCC on that joint governance group. It's similar to the transport action that I'd like to see happening and raised earlier. So I just want to try and get that underway quickly, please.
Cool.
Both of those items.
Due to be done tomorrow, and it'll be done within the next couple of days.
Yay, thank you very much.
Yep.
So South Dunedin Future Programme, as well as our public transport program, they're two separate things, but we can probably nail both of them in one meeting.
Yeah, I took it from the earlier comment from Sarah that Sandy Graham, CE DCC, had indicated that the PT related gathering by both councils or councillors was being arranged or was in hand.
Good. It's all good. That's just have to raise it because it's there as well. Thanks.
No, good as gold. Any other queries with regards to actions? Carmen.
Thank you. And I thank you, Alexa, for raising those two. I appreciate that. This could be for Dr. Palmer. It's just about the postponement of the expanded Green Island bus service from Green Island to the city via South Dunedin. It's gone now from year 2, I see, now to year 3. I was just wanting to know a little bit about it. And the other thing I did want to ask you, Dr. Palmer, if it's you, and I'm not sure if this has any bearing on it, the new school systems with a lot of secondary school and children being transported from no longer, Otago road services, has this had an impact on it, or is it too early to tell?
Well, in respect to the second matter, we're bringing a report to the 9 March Implementation Committee, which will give you a full update on how the school services transition has gone in Dunedin.
Thank you.
In respect to the first matter, Council's already made a decision here. I can't recall off the top of my head the detail around that, but I can point you in the right direction as to where that decision was and how it came about. I'll do that after the meeting.
That's all right, Dr. Palmer. I can always chat to you about it in March. I appreciate that.
Thanks,
Thank
Kevin. Any further questions or queries? All good to go. So moving on to the next item, which is item 7. This is 7.1, making plan change 5A. Essentially, the integrated water management for the regional plan, Water for Otago, making it operative. Pretty significant milestone. The report seeks approval of plan change 5A, Linda's integrated water management, PC 5A to the regional plan, Water for Otago, and to set a date for making the plan change operative by incorporating the amended provisions into the operative water plan. And this is it's a procedural mandated process or step, which will obviously formalise this plan change into the operative stage, so to speak. We've got Tom and Gwyneth with us. I believe also Anita and Alistair Logan, I believe. Are there any of you that would like, Gwyneth, do you want to kick this off?
Tom, do you want to take it? Yeah. Thank you, Gwyneth.
Welcome, Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. I take the paper largely as read. I was going to, spend a few words around the nature of the decision, but you've done that already. Just want to re-emphasize that it's a procedural step and that it's a mandatory one under the RMA. I just wanted to note that there are two typos, however, in the report. If you go to paragraphs 23 and 25, I believe, there is a reference to plan change 7, and those references should be changed to plan change 5A, or PC 5A. So that's paragraphs 23 and 25. So obviously the decision that we ask you to make today is to approve the plan change. Once that is done, we'll notify this weekend, and the plan change will become operative from the 5th of March. Happy to take any further questions.
Thank you very much, Tom. Questions for Tom? Kevin?
Oh, look, I was just happy to move, but I'll wait for questions.
Kate?
I'm happy to move with a slight amendment whenever suits as well.
Okay. Are there any other questions before we go to a motion that's going to be moved by Kevin and seconded by Kate? Brian?
Oh, thank you. Alistair or Tom, what have we learnt through this process?
So through you, Chair, I think in fact I had the same question asked of me by a reporter a couple of weeks ago, and it's fair to say that the way that we're doing things now is quite different. I think as a policy team, the key thing is that we always want to make sure that we're improving on the way that we do things so that things get better and better. There won't be another Lindis because the legislation's changed and the framework's changed, and the personnel has changed and our processes have changed. So I think that's what we've learned.
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Chair, my perspective is that a minimum flow is the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, and there's a whole range of other tools and actions and measures that can and should be applied actually to achieve those environmental outcomes. The Lindis kind of shows the importance of allocation as well, and the importance of looking at where are pigs located as well. So they go a little, the plan change goes a little bit beyond what we've been doing in the past in terms of allocation. It looks at having allocation limits for specific zones within the catchment, which I think is something we learned through the plan change and that we can take forward when it comes to the land and water plan.
Thank you. Just Tom, when you noted those. Oh, thanks. Yep. Cheers, Brian. Tom, just when you noted the reference to plan change 7 that needs to be removed in paragraph 23 and 25, there's also a slight typo on page 24, paragraph 7. It's the second part of the paragraph. It refers to the LGC. It should be the LCG. Just proving I did read the report.
Yeah. Thank you.
No more questions? If not, Kevin, are you happy? Oh, no, sorry, I'll go to Kate because she's. Kate.
So I'm really happy to move 1 to 5, and I appreciate that you may want to deal with the 6th one that I want to add as a subsequent motion, but I'd like to tie it in for the very reasons that Tom has just said. And that 6th part is that the chairman write to the Lindis Catchment Group inviting them to meet councillors in their area subject to a change in COVID settings in May, and similarly to Fish and Game, Otago, to work on improving our understanding of each other's roles. And I think given that MPI encouraged us to meet with them last year, or messaged me that, and that this is, I think it ties together well to add that as part of this process.
Thank you. Are you happy to then move
1 to 5?
1 to 5 plus your additional 6?
Yeah.
Second that.
So moved by Kate, seconded by Kevin. I wonder whether you could just repeat 6 again.
Sorry, I had sent it to Diane. I apologise.
Okay.
And I've just sent it to everyone, but it's that the chairman write to the Lindis Catchment Group, inviting them to meet councillors in their area, that's the Lindis, to meet, subject to a change in COVID settings in May, and similarly to Fish and Game, Otago, to work on improving our understanding of each other's roles.
Cool. Thank you. So discussion and debate on those recommendations, including the new recommendation 6. Kate, was there anything else you wanted to?
I will leave it to my right of reply.
Thank you.
I think it's self-explanatory.
Kevin,
Great report.
Kevin, as seconder, do you want to speak?
Yeah, look, I just, look, this is really a formality. It's a legal formality that we have to do, but adding that extra clause, if it's good to see that staff are looking at ways of improving there, and they're always doing that, improving the way they operate and learning things from processes. But I think it'll be very good for councillors to get a greater understanding of the impacts of these actions on communities and also with our other stakeholders like Fish and Game. So it'd be really good just to get a really good understanding, especially of Fish and Game's position. So very much in favour of doing that.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Carmen?
I concur with that of Councillor Wilson and Councillor Malcolm. I think it would be really good to go to the Lindis and see just the impacts it's had on the community and its wider community, both rural and, you know, for many families, the changes they've had to sacrifice. I also appreciate what you said, Tom, too, when I wrote it down, when you said that the minimum flow is, you know, the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, and there are other ways. And I really appreciate you saying that and giving us some good thought as councillors too. So I just endorse what the 2 speakers before me, and I'm happy to support their motion.
Thank you. I'll go to Brian, then Hillary.
Yeah, cool. I'm happy to, you know, support that. Look, we've got a future ahead of us. We need to work together on lots of different issues, so that's all good. But, you know, let's not forget the point that Anita made as well, that the legislation has moved on over and beyond the Lindis situation. But nevertheless, it's a constructive motion by Kate. Thank you.
Thank you. Hillary.
I too will support this motion, and I presume, although I'm not totally sure, I picked it up from hearing it, that any other councillors would be able to take part in any. Yeah, so it said all, not just the ones
Plural.
in that area.
Plural.
Excellent.
Any further speakers? If not, Kate, you're right to reply.
Don't need to exercise it. There's nothing to. Oh, I don't need to exercise it. There's nothing to rebut.
Thank you. I will put all 6 at once. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Against? Carried. Thank you very much. Don't go anywhere, staff. Moving on to the next item, which is the making the water permits plan change, better known as Plan Change 7, operative. So this is basically the same steps as before, procedural, mandatory requirement. It's really just, it's triggering Plan Change 7 to become operative. Tom, we're in your hands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I'll take the report as read. It's a decision of a similar nature to the one you made before on a plan change that moved at a considerably faster pace. Happy to take any further questions.
Thank you. So just same as before, we'll do the questions first. And actually note that Councillor Wilson has left the room. Sorry, I didn't spot that. So questions first. And also Councillor Kelleher.
Yeah, he's not there.
He's not there.
He's not there. Okay, so that's noted. So once again, any questions, and then we'll go to debate.
He's on, just his name is really on.
Hillary.
My question is sort of partly the what to from here. I take it that this, because its appeal period is now finished, this is the end of the road. This is plan change 7. That's a yes, I take it, from our staff?
That's correct. Yes.
So in that sense, we can get back, and this is moving to Richard, to doing finishing the consents that were currently put on hold. And so I'm wondering whether, from our staff's point of view, if they now take them off hold and start dealing with them, they're going to start charging people
Hang on,
for the rest of what's going on here.
Sorry, Hillary. Now I understand your question. I don't think it's appropriate to have a debate about the implementing Plan Change 7 and the associated processes that staff will work through with applicants who originally submitted, and then now with Plan Change 7, they need to modify their application. We don't want to go down that track. That's not an opportunity here.
Well, now's the time when it becomes the rubber hits the road. And
yes,
we cannot leave it till after now, because what we've now got is the Environment Court saying, that said, the notified version of the plan change was poorly conceived and not adequately informed by the primary sector. They go on to say, consequently, primary sector applicants have not felt encouraged to apply or replace their permits using the controlled activity path as was intended, and any now wishing to take advantage of the amended controlled activity rule will likely need to amend their applications.
Yeah.
So that's actually dead in the frame
yes,
of we are doing what we're obliged to do at the end of this Environment Court decision.
Yes.
And so I'm wanting to ask a question about whether we're going to take from that it was poorly conceived and things, that we should charge people for doing the next bit.
So what I'm trying to say here, great question, but it's just at the wrong time. But I get it in terms of learnings from this process, and it was very similar with the previous item. The question was asked about learnings, etc. Now, I think where you're coming from, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's a similar question. The judges made certain comments. The community who have been involved in the process have made certain comments. Right now isn't a time to ensure that those comments are either adhered to, or how ORC reacts in the future. This is a mandatory procedural step that we need to get over, and then as the next stage kicks in terms of those applicants coming back to this regulatory authority to work their way through their latest application, that to me is another discussion, not here, but at the regulatory committee, of which I'm not sure when the next one is, but that's the sort of discussion we would have there, the nuts and bolts.
That's in 2 weeks. So can we, as a council, refer this issue to the regulatory committee?
Yeah, look, I've got no problem with.
I would like to move that we refer it to the regulatory committee if that's the proper place.
Yes, yeah, I've got no problem with having a discussion around the learnings of this process at the regulatory committee. No problem whatsoever. So if you want
So
to
I'd
move,
like to move that along with whatever other resolutions are happening. here.
okay, so let's finish off questions and then I'll come back to you and
Excellent.
you might have a motion all sorted and yeah, okay. Now, questions. Sarah.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to assist you with standing orders where, in relation to speaking only to relevant matters, members must confine their remarks strictly to the motion or the amendment that they're speaking to. So effectively, you can only speak to what's recommended in the paper, as I understand it.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to deal with questions and then we will move to for someone, and Hillary's indicated she'll move the motions and then, yeah, so I'll just stick to, I'm just trying to break up or differentiate between the two. And I think Hillary's, there was a question in there, but there was also a bit of an inference about certain topics. So I take your point, Sarah, thank you.
The Environment Court's decision is specifically referred to in this executive summary.
Yeah,
so this is the report that I'm speaking to.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And we're looking at taking it, having a discussion at the regulatory committee in 2 weeks' time about the learnings. No, I accept that. Any further questions, Michael?
No, I haven't got any question.
Michael,
Can I
okay.
speak one?
Are there no further questions? No. Hillary, so you're happy to move 1 to 5 plus an additional 6, which says broadly something along the lines that learnings from this process, well, unless Richard's got any comment.
Can I ask, for some clarity, because it's the learnings from this process is a matter for the strategy and planning committee under Gwyneth.
Okay.
What Hillary's talking about is the application of our fees and charges policy to the consents already lodged with council, which is a completely different matter.
Okay.
And I would have to take advice on the appropriate way or even the way in which councillors could address that. What we can do potentially is ensure that there is a paragraph in the quarterly report for the regulatory committee from consents that addresses this matter broadly, that would enable there to be a conversation about it. And in between now and then, I'll take some advice around how we would even deal with that matter, given we are currently applying the fees and charges policy as it stands.
Yeah.
But I understand that's what Hillary is talking about, not learnings from the plan change process per se, because that sits with the policy team.
I think Councillor Laws might be able to help out.
So if we start, sorry, I just want to go back to Hillary. I mean, you quoted the something from the judge.
Yes.
So that's not a matter that you're raising.
That's no,
Okay.
that's the background.
Okay.
To the, but I think Councillor Laws may be able to help out with.
Okay, Michael.
Yes, I agree with Richard.
Okay.
It's a good way forward.
Okay, Michael Laws.
Okay. It's funny, isn't it? Because Richard and I had this sort of conversation over the last week or so to do with a constituent of mine. And they are by no means unique. Today, you're quite right, Mr. Chairman, all we're going to be doing is essentially pro forma and acknowledging that what the Environment Court does and gazetting it formally through our mechanism. However, what Hillary is saying is that as a consequence of that, there is an equity issue that affects a considerable number of people who are affected by this policy and who had applied for a consent prior to Plan Change 7. Now, I'm dealing with a particular case with Richard right now on that issue, but it's certainly a live one in my constituency of Dunstan, with a considerable number of people who had gone through a process, spent significant sums of money, then Plan Change 7 comes along.
Can we frame this up?
So what I'm suggesting is that this paper be referred to, and picking up Richard's point, the regulatory committee to address the consequences or potential consequences regards the council's fees and charges policy. Because there is a clear equity issue that comes out. Now, all we're going to do is discuss it. Richard can take some advice in the meantime. That will mean that we have informed advice from staff. And then at some time in the future, we make that discussion. We may do nothing, Richard, but we just need to have that chat.
Yeah, when you say refer to, so make the decisions today as council needs to make in terms of the mandatory process.
And then we're simply going to refer the paper to the regulatory committee. And I think that's it's an easy pathway through that today.
Comfortable?
Team achieve what they're here, and that does that. We were expecting, and it was actually flagged in the previous regulatory committee report prior to Christmas, this issue.
Yeah,
so we knew of it and are happy to have a discussion on it.
And staff have done an excellent job on informing us on that.
Okay. So we've got the policy team, someone on the policy team there.
Sorry, that was me. I was just raising my hand. I think you've just clarified that the paper will not be referred to the committee, but another resolution will be referred to the committee. Is that right? Because the paper needs to be resolved by council. It can't be resolved by the regulatory committee.
Yep.
Have you got a mover for this?
We're going to go to Hillary in a second. But are there any more questions?
No.
All right.
So Hillary, you're happy to move 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, and Liz is just going to put a new 6 up.
Okay, thank you. And it's seconded by Carmen.
Regulatory committee on the whatever date.
I think
does that sort of?
No, you can't.
So Gwyneth.
That's just my point. You can't. We can't refer the paper to the regulatory committee because the paper needs to be.
No, we
refer the information contained in this paper.
Yeah. Yep. That's better. Into this paper, and that obviously
and a regulatory committee on that date. So
March 9.
10 March.
Thank you. Okay. Moved by Hillary, seconded by Carmen. Speakers. Hillary, you're all said.
Yeah, I'm
happy.
I've having tuppence worth, and it doesn't presuppose an outcome. It just presupposes us having a discussion.
Cool. Carmen is a seconder.
I'm happy with that too. Thank you, Chair.
Any other speakers? Don't believe so. I'll put the 6 all at once if everyone's happy with that. The policy team have no, I've got the hand down. No, cool. No further speakers. I'll put the 6 all together, the 6 motions. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tom, Gwyneth, Anita, Alistair. Moving on to the item number 7.3. Consultation on the resource management reform. This report is provided for the approval of ORC's feedback on the Ministry for the Environment's discussion document on the future resource management systems released in November 2021. This, I believe, the submission was written by Selby, who was on maternity leave, but I believe we've got Anne and Anita with us on Zoom. Anne or Anita, is there any comment that you would like to make in terms of introducing this report and the submission?
So we'll take the paper as read, but Anne and I wrote the submission, not Sylvie, so we just want to check that we have picked up what it is that you want to convey, because obviously Sylvie was far more across the detail than either Anne or myself, so really we just want to check to make sure that submission conveys the messages that you want to provide, and yeah, happy to make any edits to that to make sure we do that, and or answer any questions if we're able to.
Good as gold. And that was obviously we had the workshop with councillors that Selby facilitated several weeks ago.
Right.
We've got Michael Deeker. Question, Michael.
It's no big deal, Andrew, but the question is, why is the letter signed out by Sarah and not by the chairman?
Yeah, good question. I'm not sure the answer.
We're happy to change
that out. Probably Councillor Deeker, just a template that we've used from a past one, so we will fix that one.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Kate.
I'm not quite sure. Is this one a submission that could be spoken to?
No, I don't. My understanding is that it's not. It's just a discussion document provided to us for feedback.
Yeah, I would appreciate it wasn't clear to the committee. I'd just like to thank you very, very much for that paragraph. The second paragraph was starting the word firstly, for putting the Climate Change Adaptation Act right up there. First and foremost is something that should be done concurrently. And that reflects, I think, comments that we made at the meeting, but I don't know how you can do that one part without the full shebang. So thank you for pointing that out.
Someone like to move?
No, happy to.
One and two, so move Carmen, seconded Kevin.
I've got a question for the panel first.
Okay, question before debate, yes.
So I think it'll be to Anne. I think when we did the workshop, and if we refer to page 89, the second last paragraph, one thing that I did debate at that workshop, and no one spoke to the contrary of it, was there is a recommendation from government to prohibit the use of insurance for prosecutions. Those prosecutions will be covered under your statutory liability claim. And the issue I have with that, and I understand where the government is going with that, because they also currently do that under the Health and Safety Act, but there are insurance companies do not pay for claims that are knowingly negligent. When someone's got an abatement notice, they won't, if you do the same activity, they won't pay for it. If you continue to offend, they don't pay for it. But I do believe that we need the ability to claim for a genuine accident. And that often comes down to a legal interpretation, whereas a regulatory authority may say, well, that's just, you haven't abided by the conditions you consent. But if it was a genuine accident, you should have the ability to pay for it through insurance. And that's how the insurance is actually set up. Some people may abuse that, and some insurance companies may not pay out in that way, but good insurance companies will do that correctly. So I think that's a very, and that includes prosecution costs and the likes. So even if for me to go to court to prove that this was an accident and to get insurance on it, that can cost me many, many thousands of dollars. And I could quote you instances and cases that I have been part of when I was in the insurance game. So yeah, I just wonder how that stayed in there when we had no, when it was brought up as a clear part that I certainly wasn't agreeing with, and no one else in council disagreed with my position at that stage.
Are you able to help there, Anne or Anita?
Yep, so through you, Chair, if you direct us to, we can put a statement in something along the lines of ORC has concerns over the intent for a blanket prohibition on using insurances for environmental non-compliances or something along those lines. And put some context around, the ability to use insurance for genuine accidents, no fault type words to address that issue.
I would support that amendment too. If somebody moved.
Well, how about, is there any opposition to some comment around the concerns that ORC raised, the concerns around prohibition with regards to having protection? What's the right words given? Insurance, liability insurance?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's just about the ability to have correctly formed statutory liability covers.
Right. So is there anyone opposed to having that included?
Can I speak to that?
Well, hang on, we haven't quite got a motion on the table first. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked. I'll better tidy up questions first. Are there any other questions at all?
Yes.
If not, okay, Brian.
Sorry, I just can't get my hand thing going here. I'm not sure what's happening. Yeah, look, I don't disagree with what I think Kevin's sort of saying, but I do have a certain amount of nervousness.
Brian, please.
What's that?
Can you hear me, Brian? Could you, have you got a question that, just a general question at all, before we go into the discussion around, or debate, I believe, the debate, and which will include the issue that that Kevin raised.
No, I haven't. Apologies.
Okay, got it. So now I'm just trying to remember who moved and who seconded. Carmen.
I can move it. Happy to move it. You can edit them.
Kevin moved.
Happy to.
Carmen moved. Kevin seconded, and which includes the comment around concerns about prohibition for statutory liability insurance. Correct? Is that it? Okay, so that's 1 and 2, noting that additional comment. Speakers. Carmen is the mover. Do you want to speak to it? Happy?
No, I'm happy. I'm really actually delighted that Councillor Malcolm's raised this. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Something I would have perhaps overlooked, and I appreciate the advice and the commentary and the experience to lead us to this. Thank you.
Given you've spoken and given a pretty good.
I'm just I just need. I believe good people need protection and need that ability to be protected. I will talk to you later about instances where we have that change so that they're still in place. So I'm thankful for staff for recognising that.
Thank you. Any further speakers?
Yeah.
Brian.
Yeah, like I just look, I hear where Kevin's coming from, but over the years, Tom, we've had letters where, I mean, Kevin's used the word good people. It's not necessarily about whether they're good people. For example, people would have a travelling irrigator, but wouldn't have the fail stop on it. They hadn't invested in the technology, or they might just have one pump system instead of 2 pumps, so that the appropriate backup. So that from a technical perspective, they've completely dropped the ball. They may be good people, but they just haven't invested. They haven't taken responsibility for the significant asset and risk that they have. And I just want to be I'm just noting that I do have some nervousness about where we're sort of coming from, because at the end of the day, over history, there's been a lot of good people do a lot of bad things to the environment through ignorance.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Hilary.
I'd like to support this and its amendment, and just say that I've had experience over the years with insurance companies.
Microphone.
Sorry, that was on. I've had experience over the years with insurance companies, and they're not about to insure anybody for anything that isn't a useful and proper insurance risk. And so they won't be just people who can't be bothered getting what they're doing right. They won't be insuring. So it's really when people have done appropriate things, an insurance company will pick up things that we would have used to describe typically as accidents or unforeseen circumstances, not things that people are just being a bit useless about. So I support this with the confidence that an insurance company would never cover people for things that they didn't think were a good risk to cover them for.
Thank you. Any further speakers? If not, Carmen, you're right to reply.
Thank you, Chair.
Happy. So I'll put the recommendation 1 and 2 with that additional comment to be added to the submission. I'll put the motions. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Anne. Thank you, Anita. Moving on to item 7.4, the Eco Fund review. This report seeks endorsement of the recommendations arising from the review of the Eco Fund. There's various attachments there with regards to criteria for rabbit control section of the Eco Fund, suggested terms of reference, updated terms of reference for the assessment panel, and the Eco Fund survey questions as well. I'll go to Anna, and then I'll go to Michael Deaker, because no doubt Michael's had an overview of this process as well. So Anita, did you want to make any initial comments? Sorry, Anna.
Michael, you're on mute.
Just go to you then. Perhaps if we just go to you, Michael.
Yeah, Anna would be much more worth listening to because she's done a stunning job of this paper. And I'm sure she will sort out the mute button and come back to us. Mr. Chairman, this is the most significant step forward the Eco Fund's taken for a long time. If we adopt the 8 recommendations the 9 recommendations that are here, and I give notice that I plan to move all 9 of them. It's not just a review of how the fund works, it's a review of the fund in toto. And you'll have noticed in your reading that it expands the Eco Fund considerably, not just in dollars, but in functionality. And I think that's the big step forward that we should be rejoicing about here. For example, it takes in rabbit management, it takes in water quality incentives, it takes in what to do with wilding pine areas once the pines have been removed. The advantage we've been given as a council here is that our staff have looked at the Eco Fund as a strategic tool, more than just a way of dispersing money to community groups. Anna and Andrea Howard and Gavin Palmer have held the Eco Fund up against our big documents like the LTP and said, how can we do this better? How can we make it a more strategically useful exercise for the council to undertake once a year? And I'm very, very happy about that. I should point out that a few weeks ago, I had a very useful Zoom meeting with Gavin and Andrea and Anna to talk about the way this paper was evolving. And that was great to be involved in that discussion. Thank you to all those 3 staff. So, Mr. Chairman, in summary, I think this is a big step forward. It gives the Eco Fund a more comprehensive and strategic purpose. And it's another big step in the evolution of this project we took on several years ago. And it's proven to be successful. It will be even more successful if we adopt these resolutions. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, thanks, Michael. I'll come back to you when the time comes to moving those nine recommendations. So questions on, before I go to Hilary, I'll just go to Anna. You're with us now, aren't you?
I think so. Can you hear me now? Sorry about the coughing. That was just a test.
No, all good. Is there anything you would like to say with regards to the report?
I'd like to thank Councillor Deaker very much for his kind words, and perhaps just reiterate a couple of the key changes that are less operational and more strategic that are in the paper already, but they are, just as a summary, the recommendation to invite a Mana Whenua representative to the assessment panel, inclusion of those new one-off incentives rounds, the rabbits and the planting after wildling pines and for water quality, looking at 1 round per year as opposed to the current 2. The assessment criteria, which obviously I won't go through, that's in the table, but some hopefully better guidance around how we might apply that criteria through our processes, and looking to possibly fund projects that are deemed successful or that of merit over multiple years, up to 3 years, with that funding being guaranteed, subject to reporting rather than subject to reapplication. So that's a very brief summary of some of the key changes in this paper. I'm happy to take questions or debate.
Excellent. Thanks, Anna. Questions? Hilary?
It's probably that I don't understand it completely, but the multi-year, I can see the point of the multi-year thing, but does that mean that the whole fund could be allocated in 1 year, like 3 times the amount of the fund could be allocated in this year because it's spread over 3 years, and so for the next 3 years there's nothing allocated? I'm not totally sure how.
Thanks, Hilary. It is a tricky one to explain in words. What it means is that if a project, and capping a project at 50,000, wanted to receive hypothetically 10, 15,000 over each year for 3 years, that total amount would be allocated from this round, and therefore no liability on future rounds.
Right. Yes, that totally makes sense. And the second year sorts of things, I presume there's a reason for doing them once a year, and that's sort of more convenient somehow. I'm thinking, if with our 3-year electoral cycle, does that mean really only 2 years of the eco fund the people are allocated to doing it, because there's either a sort of a new one or somebody just, that they're not, there's not a continuity sort of thing there? Does it? I'm not explaining that very well. Probably it doesn't matter. I'm just thinking that if you just do it once in March, you turned up in November and you've just got your feet under the table in February, and you've been allocated to do this in March and then do one next year or something, you haven't got any built up knowledge or things, but it may be it's worth it to do that. And the changing time in which can take up their grant, because this relates to it, from 6 months to 3 months. And again, I can see the point, but if it's all done in March, then it may be that they have to therefore never do anything for spring or after, because they've got to do it within 3 months.
Yeah. I think I understand your point. Through you, the Chair, I'll answer. The point was they currently are successful, but some groups have taken some time to take up those grants, and for whatever reason. I haven't come across any that have taken up to 6 months, although one mistakenly applied to take up their grant after they'd done the work. They misunderstood that it was paid in advance. The reason for the 3 months is so that our books don't carry that ongoing liability post the end of financial year, ideally, and also so that we are more economically efficient in spending those accounts. So
if you
the
move
basic
it to once a year,
yeah, if you move the rounds to once a year, regardless of whether there be another round in November, that would be a whole new round, new applicants. Then it's just a matter of making it's more an operational thing for our accounting system to bring it into line with the end of the financial year. So in November,
yes.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, but if it's just once a year in March, then no projects would routinely be done that involve from spring to March again.
They have 12, if it's a one-year
June to March
project, they have
again.
12 months to do their project within, if it's a one-year project. So they
I thought this said that they can take up their grant within 3 months.
It's
so
just,
if you agree to it in March and they've had to take up their money before they've done their work in between March and June, what happens if they're not, if it's the other part of the year that they would be doing their
because we pay the projects in advance, they generally take up their funding and then start the project. Or maybe I'm missing the point of your question.
So, is it 3 months early, 3 months the longest?
Longest.
So they're allowed to pick up the money and not do anything for a year or for 9 months or for?
No, the idea is most people apply for a project that's within 1 year. Some have done multi-year ones, but that's a different position. They say they'll start the project on a given date, and that's subject to our approval, of course, or not our approval of the date, but once they get notification that it's successful, then they may well start the project, but they have 3 months in which to invoice us to get the funding. When they take up the funds may or may not affect when they start their project. It depends on the group and how much volunteer work they're doing versus actual cash required to purchase either plants or gear. So it's really just an administrative point on the group's point from the group. So they apply, they're successful. We then send them a funding agreement. They sign that and they send us an invoice for the money. And they have, from the date they're approved, they have 12 months in which to complete their project works. When they receive the funding is in basically up to them in terms of how efficient they are in getting the invoice to us. Does that make sense?
Well, I gather the plan, because of our accounting, you're saying it suits our accounting things, would be that they would pick it up, sign the agreement and things, and they would have the money by 30th of June. I mean, ideally in that
ideally.
3 months. And then they have the money for another period of time and before they do anything. So all we're doing is shifting a sort of a risk in a sense from an accounting exercise in the first 3 months to giving somebody money who may be a completely different lot of office bearers, and by November when they actually might do something. It's encouraging people to get money that they haven't spent for 6 months before they do it, sort of feels to me like.
Yeah, potentially. The Ego Fund has always paid all the grants up front. The terms and conditions are they undertake the works they've committed to within a time frame, generally 12 months. And I guess we haven't given much thought as to when they undertake that work, whether it's within the first 6 months or the last 6 months of that period. It's not like other grants that tend to pay on receipt of invoices at the end of a project. We do front load it. And that makes it easier for most groups who have cash flow issues or under-resourced. If it's one round, again, the funding is only applicable to that round. So it's for that group, for that project to undertake their work. So I don't see a shift in risk in terms of the funding going out any more than the way it is currently structured.
I'd sort of quite like if we're shifting it to once a year and I'm just wondering whether it makes a huge amount of difference, shifting it to once a year and not doing the 3 months to 6 months thing at the same time, just to see whether, because if we do it twice a year, then if they weren't going to do it, the project or anything till November or something, they would put it in the second round of the year. See what I mean? It's a long time for people to have some money that they meant to do the right thing with, but we're setting them up for that. So I'm just wondering whether we could change one of those things, but not the other one at the same time.
Be willing to think about it. Bear in mind, people who apply in March are not the same people who apply in November, unless they missed out, and in which case they wouldn't have any funding.
Okay. Okay, we've got Carmen, Kevin, Brian, Kate.
Chair, are we still questioning? Or
Yes, questions.
Anna, it's probably, and I'm not trying to sound a little bit rich when I ask you this, but have you in the panel actually had a chat with either groups that have missed out or groups that have been successful, that how I would term them as the little guys in this, always relying on the wonderful Eco Fund, maybe, you know, wanting $5,000 or $6,000 or $10,000 just to see what they've thought about this? My only concern is that it's the little guys that are going to miss out. I love what we're doing on the big scale, but I also love the Eco Fund because it's all those groups that want to put the applications in, and some of those are so exciting. And as you know, and you've always been on the panel, you're quite torn as to who you're going to have in and who you're going to have out. So before we do the debate, I'd love to know, you know, you've obviously talked this through, you've talked about the administration and the expense, but have we actually gone to any groups and said, look, this is what we're thinking about doing? What did you think?
Yep. Again, through the chair, I've spoken on the phone to several groups who've rung up questions in the 6 months I've been in this role, and I've also received the survey responses that are referred to in the paper. I haven't provided those survey responses, but I can do. We got 23, and several of them picked up on just that point that you mentioned, Councillor Hope, that they like it because sometimes they just want the little grants. One of the comments from my recollection was they do feel a bit beaten out already by the big end of town, the people who know how to put in the applications and have the good-looking projects that are achieving a whole lot of, you know, there's a momentum going. So they get that merit sort of assessment going on from the beginning. The idea, I'm not sure whether your point is to whether we go from 2 rounds to 1, whether people would miss out. The idea would be the same amount of funding is available, therefore we can afford the same amount of projects depending on the split between small and large scale. The other point being that in the assessment criteria, there are the criteria there are not around the scale of the project, but things like value for money, the merits, the demonstration that they've reflecting best management practice. There's still education, community awareness raising in there, the level of community involvement, and also for new applicants. So for those people who are just getting started. So hopefully that brings in that level of equity across those types of groups that we're constantly hearing from. So in short, yes, I have spoken to a few people about that. I have read their survey responses on those points, and hopefully the assessment criteria we've put in place doesn't favour any particular scale over the other.
Thank you, Anna.
Thank you, Kevin.
Just a few. Look, absolutely spot on. Apart from a couple of wee things that I want to question on, but the concept is very, very, very good. And you know, thank you very much for the review. It's very clear. There is a couple of things. So, and I'm happy to go to 1 round. The only thing I'd be saying is that it's March now. So I would be saying that we go to 1 round in March 2023. That because we have to publicise this, we probably have people within our region at the moment thinking about the November round, knowing historically that's what we've done. So I just wonder if we had considered agree with going to 1 round. Makes good sense, but I would start that in March 2023, not this year. I do have concerns around recommendation 7 going from that 6 to 3 months, and certainly on the community trust where we go, a lot of these things we go on furnishing of a receipt. So for instance, I might be successful in March and I've got 10,000 $10,000 worth of plants that I'm going to pick up in December from a nursery. So I've got the money from March to December. December comes and the plants, the nursery doesn't deliver. So all of a sudden that money's been sitting out of our accounts, and Mr. Donnelly's probably getting good interest on it. So it's been sitting out of everyone's, out of use for that sort of time frame. So I just wonder if we could look at that, and probably need to do probably more on furnishing of receipts, and that stops probably a lot of those concerns Councillor Calvert's got. So can I carry on? Because I've got these are questions. Yeah, these are questions. Yep. I'll just go to my next page. Environmental improvement from March apply. Right on. And again, this is on page 99. And this is your and really good, your assessment criteria and how you're aiming that out, because that really reflects in a lot of the thought patterns. You've got the objectives should be realistic and be able to achieve within a time frame of the project. So if the objective, the question I have around that is, if the objective is for environmental improvement, so that's the key objective, we're going to environmentally improve the Wanaka Basin, whatever we're going to improve, it's actually not always possible to show or reflect that improvement within a 12-month period. It may be, and for instance, riparian plantings, if we've done a whole heap of riparian plantings with the objective of gaining environmental improvement, we may not be able to measure that for some considerable time. So, and which is okay if you rate, if all of a sudden you give me a naught for that because it's not going to happen within that first 12 months, yet I've actually, in time, I'm going to achieve it. So it's just on the ranking of that. So that's just how you would assess the environmental improvement. And my next page goes down to the rabbits. Had to bring in rabbits. So that's, sorry, I'm just trying to flick through to we'll go back to real paper one day. One of your parts on the attachment criteria for rabbit control is that we're going to provide funding for community-based density monitoring, that I thought that was our responsibility. So I'm not actually against that, but I just wondered the rationale behind around that. That was on page 103.
Yep. Thanks. Kevin, did you want me to answer a couple of those now, or?
Oh, yeah, yes, absolutely. Sorry,
okay.
sorry.
No.
Sorry.
No, that's
I've
awesome.
got one more, but that's okay.
Oh, okay. I just took note of the first three that you mentioned there, and the being accountable for the finances is a really good point. And hadn't thought, because, and again, being new to this process and looking at how it has been run, which has been really good given the amount of resourcing that was available to our comms team and then to you and so on. There, as I mentioned, the uplift of the funds is preloaded, so it wasn't necessarily that they would give us receipts that they've spent some money and then take up their funds in that 6 months, but it was more, you're successful, here's a purchase order, you can invoice us for the full amount, and then expend it as per your application. Now, I get what you're saying about the risk. They may not, the order of the plants may fall through, and therefore, what do they do with the funding? We do have a term and condition that requires them to return it, or in some cases where there have been significant delays already due to COVID, our team has negotiated a delay or a slight change in how those projects may run over the time. So definitely happy to talk about the 3 to 6 months with our finance team in some more detail in terms of level of risk. The other one around the objectives and timeframes, totally take your point. 12-month project may not get those long-term objectives within that timeframe. I guess what we're trying to get at there is, as opposed to a long-term outcome, like improvement of the Wanaka Basin environmentally, is more getting them to think about, we want to plant 100 trees in this stream bank to ensure that runoff is intercepted over the longer term. So then we, in the application form, ask them to also think about how they're going to maintain those outputs for that longer term outcome. Yep. So yeah, we do have to draw a little bit of inference there, I guess, in our assessment, but I can have a look at that wording so we're so the assessment panel are clearer in terms of what we mean by that and that time frame being linked. So thanks, that's a good pickup. In terms of the rabbits, I might hand over to Andrea if that's okay. It's her area of expertise.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Thank you, through the chair. So yes, we have a responsibility to monitor rabbit densities across the region through our night count route, and we are at the moment we are at the moment considering how we expand that. However, this is really there to provide the opportunity for community to, it's really an engagement tool to a certain extent. Research shows that if people are actively monitoring the success or otherwise of the interventions they've put in, then there's more ownership of that and more long-term, I guess, understanding of the problem and the solutions and whether they're working or not. So what we're trying to do is achieve both that systematic density monitoring from an ORC perspective, but we don't have the resources to do it on every property or at every community level. So we're trying to encourage that kind of citizen science approach as well to complement the work that we are already doing at a more structured level.
Excellent. I do have one more at the indulgence of the chair, and that's on page 104. About which is 50% funding of will only fund 50% of salary costs. And I suppose my only it is very difficult in any philanthropic organisation to get funding for salary, and that's been one of the very good things about EcoFund. And my concern would be on this one would be around an education program that was submitted to us, which is heavy on, which could be heavy on salary. So they need very little equipment. So it's very, we're really happy with what it's going to educate our people with. Yet we're going to put that limit on it. So and I suppose that can be assessed by the panel as we go anyway, but that would be my worry, that something that's very good as an educational, and I even thinking the likes of soil, undies and those sorts of things that are highly enviro schools, that type of thing, that are high, low commodity use, but high salary use. So I just wanted to point that out, not necessarily against it, but just so we consider that as a panel as we went. And the only other one was, you said if I had a tremendous program and you gave me 50 grand over 3 years, so I got 10, so I got 20, 15 and 15. That's pretty good, isn't it? So, but you're saying the whole 50 will come out of that first year's grant money. So if we've got 250,000, it's going to be 290, but so 250,000, therefore I could have 2 or 3 other I've got an extra 30,000 sitting there that I'm actually not going to spend in that year, that could do 2 or 3 other activities, environmental activities within the next 12 months. I know you've achieved the liability, but it could actually stop quite a bit of momentum, because you're not going to give any more out in the 20 grand, are you?
No, and it you're right, it works both ways. There's a level of certainty that those longer term projects are after, and which we don't provide for at the moment. But creating that liability, we could end up with an eco fund that has, down a few years down the track, may only have 20 grand in it. I don't, they're not quite the right sums, but if you know what I mean. We may end up with an eco fund round with not a significant amount that we can run if we keep pushing it, cost shifting down the track. So it is a trade-off, yes. you may get some smaller scale, longer term projects as well. And part of the assessment of these and recommendation to council will be looking at that kind of level of flexibility that we can achieve, which sort of brings in that recommendation around 1 round per year. A larger bucket of money provides more flexibility in the suite of projects to be funded, not necessarily the number, depending on what applications we get. And to your first point about the 50% for salary costs, that wasn't a change, which I'm not sure you're saying it is at all.
That's
but
right.
Take your point on that as well. It's definitely a component of the fund that we have had some very positive feedback on.
Yeah. No, very good. If you just sort of keep those in swinging around, I think it is an evolving process. So, no, very good start. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got Brian, then Kate, then Gary, then I'll go back to Michael to move the motions. Brian.
Oh, I'll try to make it quick.
Sorry.
I like what Michael said, the fact that it was strategic, and that's really good. Though I do have reservations that all of a sudden rabbits has somehow risen to the top of the heap. So my question, Anna, is we're putting 100K into rabbits and we've got 80K in planting. Does that leave 110 over? What's the total of the eco fund?
Hi, thank you, Councillor Scott. No, the total of the eco fund hasn't changed. It's 290.
So it's 290. So 100 and then 50 30.
They're additional.
Over and above the 290.
That's correct. Yes. They were funded through commitments in the LTP, I believe. Andrea may be able to correct me on that.
So it's 290 plus 180.
That's correct. Yep.
Mate, oh, shut up. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hey, you need to get your reporting back better.
He hasn't shutting up, obviously.
He was easily brought up, wasn't
he? Questions, Kate.
So it's a question. Look, I get where Hilary was going earlier, and I am concerned about the once a year round, although I think you've convinced me in your papers to at least trial it, because I know that there's a lot of applications that this may be the first round for funding, and then they go off and get the other funding that goes with it. But if it's the last one, it can extend a project well over a year. There aren't a lot of applications you can do sometimes for environmental work. And if this is your last one and it takes, you get all the other money in April or May 2022 and you have to wait around for the opportunity for this, then it's a planting program or something that you can't do to the September the following year, it may preclude some projects ever accessing it because they have to be used within a year. I think, so I just want, can you understand that as an argument or a concern that I think came out through the replies, because most people did say they wanted but I also understand the workload issue. Does that make sense, Anna?
Yes, thanks, Kate. I think I get what you're saying. And yeah, look, it is a matter of fact that a lot of groups do bank on building up their funds. They might go to a number of different sources and, successful or not, will then build up a reasonable scale project through those various sources. And in which case, if we've only got the one round and they're waiting to sort of fill a gap further down the track, that may leave them a bit short. Having said that, no one fund should be utilised to plug into another one. Each project they apply for should be structured, even if it is part of a bigger management plan or a bigger scale ongoing works of a community group, and many of them are. It should be structured so it's a discrete component and that it can survive on its own. I do have sympathy for those groups that require to, obviously leverage funding wherever they can, but the ideal would be that a small or a 3-year project, a 1 year or 3-year project is structured in such a way that it can stand on the funding that is provided to it through one particular fund, i.e. in this case the eco fund. And yes, you're right, a slight majority of people said, yeah, the two rounds suit them, primarily because if they miss out, they can have another go. Quite a few people, quite honest, and said, look, we're happy with one round. We don't have time to put in more than one application. It takes a lot of effort. One person even pointed out as an applicant, they prefer the 2 rounds. As a taxpayer, they prefer one. So it was a bit of a mixed bag there. And I do take your point.
Yeah, I like the administrative efficiency and the fact that you put that time into better things. So that's why I think at the end of the day, I'm going to support this in the first instance anyway. The other question I have, and this is about 3-year grants, and I'm just not quite sure if I've misread the papers. If I've gone for a 3-year grant, can I then apply next year for a distinct project that I wouldn't be able to do if it was 2 annual grants? Because you're limiting it to 1 funding round, but you could have a 3-year funding application and go in for each of the next 2 rounds, which would have been precluded if they were separate year grants. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And I don't think that should be fair.
Yeah, it makes sense, and it's not something I thought we had thought through. We can definitely put that in there in terms of eligibility. So if somebody has a current grant with us and it's a 3-year grant, then putting in again the next year would probably preclude them. 1, they wouldn't be a new applicant. 2, they would have outstanding reporting requirements and so on. So yeah, I tend to agree with you if I picked up your point correctly.
Yeah, no, that is. And the last question I have for you, and again, I remember what it is hastily, is when you gave the example, or Kevin gave the example of 10, 15, 10, 15 and 15, or whatever it was, 2015 and 50, do they get all of the 50,000 at once? Because as a efficiency, they don't. So you are carrying over the money anyway. So why can't you carry over the money more than 3 months anyway? And this is that slightly technical point that Hilary was. If it's the first round of money, and this is the reason why. If it's the first round of money and I'm unsuccessful getting co-funding, and maybe they're more generous in Australia, but around here we go around for 3 or 4 or 5 different grants before we get a project off the ground. That if you don't ever make up the full money and you've got this money sitting in your bank account, there is a risk that they will try and use it somehow towards that project just for the sake of using it without ever probably having a chance of getting the outputs that we're going to be able to be obtained. And so I've got a real problem thinking that we'll give them the money despite that, just because it's efficient for us. It may be efficient here, but it's not efficient as a ratepayer for me. So wearing both hats. So I'm just challenging that thinking, because does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Yep, it does. And it's not a great deal of a different effort to pay an invoice, whether it comes in within the first 3 months or another 3 months after that. It was more for tidier accounting, but you're right. If we have a 3-year project and we've got the ability to hold over the guaranteed funds from 1 year to the next, then it's not that it's not doable. I can happily revise the 3 to 6 months, changing the 6 months to 3 and just keep it at 6 months. It wasn't a huge recommendation, but.
Thank you. I'd welcome that.
Gary. Thank you, Kate.
Thank you. I'm having real technology issues, so screen is freezing quite regularly, so hopefully it's working right now. Quick question just around rabbits, and we've highlighted in the Eco Fund and ring fence, and it's great to see some funding to go towards the entire rabbit issue. But to have it ring fenced within the Eco Fund, rabbits are a pest in our pest plan. We have a regulatory process to manage them with our ratepayers and our landowners. Is there an issue, or is there a potential conflict between us funding a potential entity, because we're highlighting that we could fund collectives, rabbit collectives, and then suddenly find that we are taking regulatory action against a organisation that we have funded?
Through the chair, I can answer that one. So I don't think it potentially is any different to what we might have distributing Eco Fund money to a community group that may do something in an RMA perspective that's not compliant. So we with this funding, we're looking to try and build capabilities, but that would not preclude us from fulfilling our regulatory roles either. So there may be a set of circumstances where we would fund the development of a trust or an incorporated society, but I guess one is looking at a community level and our regulation is focused on an individual property level. So they may come in conflict. But I guess we're trying to help build up that ability for communities to respond and do what they are required to do. So it's personal, I guess it's a risk that's maybe worthwhile taking in my view, but others may disagree.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? If not,
Sort of got one.
Michael.
Is that
Michael
all right?
Laws. Yep.
It's just following up on that last statement. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I'll rephrase that. The place of rabbits in the Eco Fund, is it there because we've realised there's a gap in our own policy, which is to fund community groups who are trying to do something for themselves? And if that's the case, wouldn't it have been better to handle it through the annual plan or an amendment to the long-term plan?
Through the chair, so I was trying to be efficient, I guess, with ORC processes. So this was sought and approved through my LTTP budget to help support the community projects that we're rolling out. But for purposes of administrative efficiency for both ORC and applicants, we've just acted on, I guess, the existing Eco Fund administrative process.
Yeah. Okay, if we now go to Michael Deaker with regards to moving, if you're still comfortable to move the 9 recommendations, and I know there's been lots of questions and lots of comments, Michael, but if under 4, whether you want to have any clause in there about a potential review of the one round versus that's obviously the proposal, and whether you want something in there to ensure that we review that after 12 months. Then the other one was around potentially having a longer period for the funds to be available, so from a 3 to a 6 month period. But whether you want to include those, entirely up to you, Michael, or anything else.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. As I promised 18 hours ago, I'm happy to move recommendations. Recommendations 1 to 9. If anybody wants to amend them, that's fine. But I haven't heard anything that leads me to want to amend them. So I move all those recommendations.
Second by Carmen. Is there a question, Kevin?
My only...
only a question, not a debate.
It is a question. It is a question of the mover. What was his opinion of beginning it in March 2023 as opposed to one round immediately now, which is the part I was uncomfortable about?
They're a good question, Kevin. I would regard that as much too big a gap. I would much prefer to see the next Eco Fund decision-making round sometime around June, July at the latest.
Don't we have one for this year? This is for the following year.
Yeah.
We have one for this year now on the old rules, and this starts in the next financial year.
We don't yet have a date for this year's round.
Okay. So you're happy to second, Carmen?
Well, I wanted to talk to it, actually.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No problem at all. What I'm going to do is just, before we go into debate, we now know what's been moved and seconded. And is there anyone wanting to propose any amendments at this point?
I think we should. Councillor Killick? Do we need to?
I just wonder if I could go back to Anna for some clarity around when does she anticipate this year's round would be? So, and if we already haven't gone out to that or advertised that fact, if Michael's saying May, June, and then I'd be happy if it is going to be May, June, then go to March, April the following year. So, I mean, what is the plan?
Fair enough.
And that's that would overcome my.
And then 4?
I mean, 4 is it?
Wouldn't have to just.
You say when?
Anna, in your hands.
Yep, through the chair. Yes, the idea was, given we had to undertake this review and we were a little bit behind, get it to council and get a direction forward, we would go to open the round as soon as possible. And we are aiming for to open it sometime in March. We are currently working behind the scenes to get some online forms worked up that would reflect any of these changes or even the current process. So once we know the direction, we get the forms done, we should be ready to go mid to late March, giving then applicants a month or so to work up their applications. Then we have to assess them. We would probably be looking at a decision around May and June this year.
Perfect. Good thinking, Anna.
Cool. Okay.
Then go to
Now, so just to check, any proposed amendments at this point? Kate.
I'm happy. Would prefer that we approve the change from this is number 4.
Yeah.
Approves the change from 2 Eco Fund rounds being held each year to 1 round. The first being held in, I think you said April, May, or was it May, June then? This year, 2022, and thereafter in March, April 2023. I just think that needs that certainty. It's easily done in that line.
Okay, well, as mover, I'm happy with that.
Cool. Carmen?
Yeah, that's fine.
It's just confirming essentially the intent.
The intent.
Yep.
But if we left it as March, April, we were failing in the first year.
Yeah.
So that's, yeah.
Cool.
No, that's good, Kate.
Okay. All sorted?
Second.
So been moved and seconded. So now, so that's been incorporated. Mover and seconder have incorporated that change. So speakers to the 9 recommendations. Are there any speakers? I'll just check with Michael. Is there anything else you want to add, Michael, overall? Or?
Hell no, no.
No, good on you. Kate.
I will foreshadow that if number 7 fails, of which I will vote against, that I'd rather it be 6 months because of that timing issue. In fact, I'd actually prefer it to be 9 months, but I'm happy to say 6 months because of the timing issue for some of the grants that we and Kevin and I and Hilary both explored in our questions. So 6 months was my preference, and I will move that if it fails.
Noted. Okay. Are we good to go? So what we'll do then is we'll deal with 1 to 6, 8 and 9, and then we'll come back and deal with 7. And just noting that 4 has that additional reference to the May, June for 2022 and March, April for 2023. Okay, so I'll put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Aye. Against? Carried. Moving to 7. So do you want to, well, it's actually already been moved. So in other words.
So, and that's why I can't move the motion. I think it should be 6 months for the reason that we discussed.
Yeah.
And if the mover wanted to agree with 6 months, it doesn't actually have to be, it can be withdrawn.
Yeah, no, true. So question, as the mover, Michael, question for you, would you be happy that it is, it refers back to 6 months? 6 months that they have time following notification for their grant being approved, unless otherwise agreed?
I'm reluctant to, but I will if Kate insists, and she's a very insistent person. I think the point Adam made to me when we were talking about this weeks ago is an awful lot of groups apply for money through the Eco Fund, are successful, and then months and months and months and months go past and they don't make any effort to pick up the money. Putting a 3-month limit on it, I think, is entirely reasonable.
Well, I would have to.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
That's good.
okay, so by the sound of that, it remains the same. So I'll put.
No. He said he would change it to pay consistent.
Oh, then you just get, and then you got a really good reason. But you are happy that it does change then. Sorry.
Not happy, but resigned to it.
Contrived. So in other words,
I've never considered him a pushover.
so in other words, can we just have something simple that it just says that
No, it can be withdrawn because it is 6 months now.
completely withdrawn? Okay. Michael,
I have no idea what
withdraw
that means.
well, basically, recommendation 7 would be withdrawn because the status quo remains.
That wouldn't be the status quo. It'd be 6 months. I want to see it 3 months.
Oh, so he's not withdrawing.
Okay.
No.
Righto.
You've got to put it.
Righto. We'll put the motion then. Motion number 7, which is approves changing the time in which the successful applicants can take up their grant from 6 months to 3 months. And Michael's made his point following notification of their grant being approved unless otherwise agreed. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against?
No.
A motion lost. So it doesn't require anything else. Yep. No. Okay. Thank you all. Thank you very much, Anna. Para work you've done there. Much appreciated. Very good. Moving on to item 7.5, Code of Conduct Review Update. This is report provides a progress update on reviewing the ORC's Code of Conduct, including work being undertaken by other agencies, and seeks guidance from Council on preferred steps. We have the recommendations in front of us with some options, options 1, 2, and 3. Amanda, is there anything that you wanted to make comment with regards to your report?
Yeah, no, nothing further to add from me. Happy to answer any questions.
Can I just ask, is there any update? And I know in the report you said that with regards to Bruce Robertson, there hadn't been a price sought, and in terms of time frame, we're looking at 30 June for him if he was to do some work. That would be the approximate time frame. Is that?
Yeah, I think that would be the outer edges of the time frame. I'd hope we could do it sooner than that.
Right.
Bruce indicated the next couple of months.
Yep.
But I think I put 30th of June just to allow for. I mean, there's a whole lot of delays happening at the moment due to COVID and other things arising. And again, we didn't talk specific price because really I only had a very initial chat with him. But I've been in touch with him this morning. We think it would probably be under 10,000 as a ballpark figure.
Yep. Thank you. Cheers, Amanda. Questions? Hilary.
I'd like to look at just, and I'm not sure what approach was made to Bruce Robertson about it, but just look at the changes.
So questions at this stage?
Yes, and I was just going to, I was wanting to ask that this quite clearly was thinking of a possible mediation clause and the advice we were given by Len Anderson. So what I want to know is, was the proposed look at a new code intended to be a total look at the code, which quite clearly somebody else is doing later in the year, and would we want to, or just to look at the broken bit as it has been identified?
So my understanding, it was the broader look at the code rather than just what Len Anderson had tabled at the council meeting on the 9th of December, which obviously had a more of a legal, I suppose, a legal focus, but obviously his main concern was it wasn't fit for purpose. And Amanda alludes to in the report around if a breach was upheld, it's not clear what the next steps are, and that's where that was the concern that Len had. So my understanding, it's more of a broader look, around the educational focus or professional development, appropriate behaviour, being a good employer, dealing with social media, dealing with privileged information. So it's more of a broader look. That's my understanding.
So that's like, is that reinventing the wheel, or only reinventing the parts of the wheel that we were alerted to as being an issue? Is it reinventing the whole wheel that is proposed by option 1?
Well, I suppose what I'm trying to say is that it probably is reinventing the wheel. So it is that broader approach. Clearly, the information that we have would be provided to, if we use someone like Bruce Robertson, it would be provided to Bruce, and would ask him to take that into account as he reviewed the code of conduct. That's what I'd written down a suggested option number 2, option 1, where it directs the Chief Executive to proceed with engaging Bruce Robertson to undertake a review of the ORC Code of Conduct, taking into account the legal submissions tabled by Len Anderson QC at the council meeting 24th of the 11th, 21. Sorry, it wasn't December meeting, it was 24th, 11th, 21. And the second part of that was to provide the legal advice from Len Anderson to the LGNZ. So that's, if we go down that track, I'm just foreshadowing that I'll be happy to move that as an option there. Questions? Michael Laws.
No, I don't have any questions. I'll speak to the motion though.
Okay. Thanks. Sarah.
Thank you. I just wanted to, if you don't mind, just give you just something to think about. You advised that LGNZ are also reviewing the code, which you're hoping to do in short order. Also, the Local Government Commission have had a look at it. Just wondered if you consider the fact that you'll effectively pay twice because you pay your fees to LGNZ that will go some way towards the review of the code, and then you'll pay Bruce to do something separately for us. So in effect, our ratepayer will pay twice. So it might be something to consider.
Thanks, Sarah. I suppose the back of my mind, and I'm sure others have got concerns as well. We've had legal advice that's identified, I suppose, a deficiency in the code of conduct. And if those other processes, the LGNZ and also the Local Government Commission, if we sort of knew that there was, going to be something that would conclude those processes, and something would be clearly indicated where they've got either a new code or proposed changes, etc. But there doesn't seem to be a time frame when either the Local Government Commission or LGNZ will complete their tasks. Is that right?
Well, they're doing some reporting on that. They're looking at it at the moment. So I don't think it's, it's too down the track. I would imagine they'd be trying to do it before the election.
Okay. Thank you. Questions, Kevin?
So with that in context, we are currently in a position where we have a code of conduct that doesn't protect either the ratepayer or people that the code of conduct deals with correctly at the moment by the advice that we have.
Correct.
So subsequent to that, in the interim period between now and when local government comes out with a sufficiently good code of conduct, which I'm sure they will do, how do we go, how can we, without going down the route of getting Bruce to do what you're suggesting, how do we protect the people around that code of conduct between now and then?
No, that's a good question, I suppose. If at the moment we're aware that the code isn't fit for purpose, and until some amendment or review happens, the status quo remains. So I don't know how you could introduce something that would be a stopgap measure to avoid us ending up in a position that was alluded to us, by Len Anderson, if a breach was found.
Thank you.
Any further questions? No? If not, I will move one. Oh, have you got a question, Hilary?
I know. I was
Okay.
just in the moving.
Okay, sorry. I'll move one that the report's noted. Two, as listed on the audit paper, but including taking into account the legal submissions tabled by Len Anderson QC. Actually, that would be even better. Thank you, Liz. Liz will put it up on the screen for everybody.
Can I invite the mover to change number 2 slightly?
To get a seconder first, I suppose.
Oh.
Yes.
I'm happy to second.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
To suggest that the review is to address the issues raised by Len Anderson. So the change I'm proposing really is to say we don't need to review all of it. He doesn't need to review all of it necessarily, but he's reviewing the part that isn't, as Kevin described, fit for purpose, which should limit what we're doing to the broken part. And then Local Government New Zealand or somebody will do something general later in the year. Would the mover?
Yep, no, I'm happy with that. Yes. Yep. Kevin, seconder. Yep. Okay.
Councillor Forbes and Councillor Scott, who wish to speak.
Okay. Alexa.
Kia ora. I was Local Government New Zealand. I'd thank OIC Ratepayers very much for doing that, because I should imagine they're trying to sort out exactly what we're trying to sort out. And I would like us to go for option 2 and let that get going. And I don't think we need to have any further legal advice on it or to engage anybody else at expense. And I just think we continue on and cope until they look at it, which is expected to be sometime this year, which is not a very long period of time. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian.
Yeah, no, thanks. And look, initially I was supportive of, the Bruce Robinson idea, and Hilary has restricted the scope, so there's a lot of sense in all that. But if it was me, I would simply write to LGNZ and find out when they will be finished their process. We're guessing it's prior to the election. It could be sooner than that. And in the first instance, I would actually have a look. I would pause, as Lex is saying, and actually have a look at what they've got. And if there's still an issue regarding the advice that we've given, we can go to that next step. But that's the order that I would do it. Because even the Bruce Robinson situation is going to take time, and it's that would be my view. Talk to LGNZ first.
Thank you. Any further, Michael Laws?
Mr. Chairman, in about 9 months' time, councils all throughout New Zealand will be required to address the issue of what their codes of conduct look like. An election will have been held, new members will have been sworn in, and at the first meeting, they will be required to adopt a code of conduct. It is unlikely, I have to say, that Local Government New Zealand, not an organisation known for haste at the best of times, will, in actual fact, complete any review that has any meaningful input into our code of conduct or those throughout New Zealand. And I think it has to be remembered that the reason that we're in the predicament that we are, and it needs to be publicly stated, and I intend to do so, is because we did adopt the template of Local Government New Zealand, and it has been found wanting. It has not only been found wanting in Dunedin and Otago, but it has been found wanting throughout the country, to the point that legal experts have, over the last 12 months, severely criticised codes of conduct, not only as impediments to the freedom of speech of elected members, but have suggested, and this is their terminology, not mine, that codes of conduct have become politically weaponised and have become monsters grown from good intention. And that's exactly the predicament that we're facing now. I'm sort of reluctant to, I have a certain sympathy with the view that I'm reluctant to spend any more dollars on this issue than has already been expended in the code of conduct this year already. And I can't imagine the damage that has been conducted as a result of it. You know my feelings. I'm very passionate on how codes of conduct are a direct limiting of effective governance by individual members, and that they were never intended to be. But, and can I just suggest to you, again, this is a really well-intentioned paper with well-intentioned options. But I have to say that Local Government New Zealand will just, with all due respect, come up with the same mistake that it's made already. And we will be none the wiser from that organisation. There is another option, and I'm just floating it out there for everybody. And that is that we sit around a table, whether by workshop or similar, with our chief executive, and sit down and work out what best works for us, what we're trying to achieve with a code of conduct that marries, if you like, the need to respect and to have civil conduct, along with the rights of governance members and the needs and requirements of staff. I'm pretty sure that we were elected to do that kind of job, the 12 of us, or now 11. I know that the chief executive has the experience and the responsibility to be able to handle that as well. I just think that 12 people sitting in a room working out what we think a code of conduct would look like will be much more beneficial for our organisation, much more in tune with our community, and ultimately much cheaper. And we won't make the same mistakes that have been made. We do need to look at what legal experts from the University Professor of Law at Victoria University, through to, ironically, the lawyers who have been advising Local Government New Zealand, what they're saying. And they have said, listen, you can't carry on like this. It doesn't do what it's intended to do. It's acting as a straitjacket. It's been weaponized. We need to get back to brass tacks, and you should only ever use a code of conduct if something that's seriously gone wrong around your table. So I'm suggesting a fourth option. and that is that we workshop this issue or our code of conduct, Mr. Chairman, and make recommendations to the incoming Otago Regional Council to discuss at their first triennium meeting, which I anticipate will be either late October or early November of this year.
Thank you. Any, Hillary? Sorry.
I support this because we have been told that we have a problem. But had we not been told that something wasn't fit for purpose, we would have known that already. I feel extremely uncomfortable about the idea that we've got a process that can involve a complaint against one of our members, which requires a lawyer to get involved in making the complaint, and to the tune of quite a significant amount of money. And it wouldn't help, but it is worth mentioning that the person who's complained about doesn't get the benefit of that sort of support. I don't think it's helpful because, despite my background, I don't think putting lawyers in the middle of everything is a fabulous idea, which is why I was tempted by the idea that whatever else you did, you should have a mediation clause in it or something, so you can move forward and take the heat out of a situation. You have to be able to, at some level, have a group insist on proper conduct by councillors, and equally, you have to be able to find a way through that which maintains the respect, gets a result, and preferably is done through a process that's more like mediation than arbitrated out there, making us all look like we can't operate our own internal businesses. So the most effective way to me of doing that, knowing that LGNZ will have a go, but I've got not much more faith than Councillor Laws has about what they've come up with, especially since we've got that at the moment. But if we now do something that gets us closer to at least to a fit for purpose document, I have some hope, since I've got some faith in the advice we've been given about somebody to report back to us with changes, that LGNZ can look at our suggested changes and pick them up and say, those look all right, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. And all we've needed to reinvent is the parts that were a problem. So it's a limited part. And if we do that, they can either pick up our result, or they can at least look at it and think, oh yeah, that might help. So although I agree with Councillor Forbes' idea that LGNZ might well think, oh, good on you, you've done the hard work, I don't generally think that they would pick up all our ideas. But in this case, if we have a limited fix idea here, they might well do. And even if they don't, we've got a better code. So that's why I'll be supporting this.
Thank you. I've got Gretchen, then Gary. Gretchen?
Thanks. Credit where credit's due, and I actually think that Michael Laws hit the nail on the head there on why can we not sit around as sensible elected members and discuss amongst ourselves what our code of conduct could look like. We have an existing one. We all have an opinion from local government. New Zealand, we all have a legal opinion already. Can we not just sit down and actually just get on with it? Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Gary?
Yeah, agree with the previous speakers. I think although we've had a process and our code of conduct has been found wanting, we only have X number of months left and then a new council will be put in place. And as has been raised, those new councillors will be faced with a new document they've had no experience of before, unless they've been on a council previously. And they will be asked to approve that almost from the onset. I think we have a duty of care to act on where we've been found wanting. So I'll support the motion, but I also think the sit down as well is not a bad idea to then flesh out any other issue that we may see in the document.
Thank you. Any further?
Point of order, do you need a motion from me?
Well, there is a motion on the floor.
Yeah, we'll just deal with this. If this fails, we'll go to you.
Oh, okay. Well, then can I foreshadow my motion?
Yep. Yes.
Which is option 4, workshop a revised code of conduct fit for purpose for the Otago Regional Council and recommend it to the incoming council.
We see that up on the screen.
I think Liz is just doing it.
Yeah.
If this fails.
But if that's foreshadowed if this fails.
Yeah. And look, from my perspective, I think it's, and Gary's just alluded to it's only proper that we deal with the information that we've received from Len Anderson in terms of recognising the deficiencies with their existing document, and others have referred to that situation. We need to take note and make a decision and make improvements to the existing document. I think also with Bruce Robertson, I sort of feel that he's an independent person which potentially comes in with the broader knowledge of what a code of conduct is about, because we've focused in on the aspects that Len's raised. We're focused in on the aspect that we're familiar with in terms of the recent process that we went through. So I feel that it's much broader. Code of conduct is actually much broader than probably what we've been aware of, and why we've referred to it. So yeah, that's my feeling, and I think over the next few months, I just think it would be sort of unwise not to have at least a review ticking over. And if something happens between now and the document comes back to council for ratification, at least we've triggered a review, and we've taken heed of the information that's in front of us. Kate.
Thank you. I came here convinced that I wanted option 2, which was local government New Zealand. And I was sitting around here listening to you all, and not quite sure that it was one particular person, but it was that convinced me to actually accept that this may be the best answer. And I think it was possibly the discussion on cost. This is an investment into the best practices. It's actually not a cost. And the fact is we've already had, through the last code of conduct, a fairly hefty bill, which I think shows a point that there's 2 things that are wrong with code of conduct. One is it's got absolutely no teeth, so it doesn't matter actually what the end result is, but what it should be doing is giving us good guidance and good direction and process. And I think that is what's been lacking, is a good process which is relatively cheap and sensible. Can we sort that? Yes, we can. Yes, we could all sit around the corner, and I'd love to be able to accept that, except for I know that we are under the pump with the FMUs, and I expect to be spending a lot of time out in the field talking to people about the FMU, whether it's my catchment or not, and otherwise working on those processes. So yes, I'd love to be workshopping this, but I actually think that independence, and I was convinced just by Andrew's comments then, the independence of someone like Bruce Robinson, that I think will both listen to us and staff and the efficiencies that can be gained of a process and really could come out with something that's much better. So sometimes a committee doing this stuff is not the best way of doing it, and one person charged to actually do a review may be a better result. And I'm hoping that at that investment that it's going to end up with something that we can adopt quickly and pass on to the forthcoming council, experienced or inexperienced as they may be.
Thank you. Any further speakers? If not, I will put I'll put the first motion that we note the report. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. The second one, I think we'll just go to a division, please.
Councillor Calvert. Yes.
It's for option 1.
Yeah, this is
Number 2.
Yes.
Shall I put this up on the screen?
yeah. Please put it up on the screen so there's no confusion. Thank you.
Yes, it's number 2 of the resolutions and option 1.
Yeah.
altered.
Yeah.
I was like,
Right, so we're
Yeah.
all right. Okay. Robert for Councillor Deeker.
Sorry, aye.
Councillor Forbes.
No.
Councillor Hope.
Yes.
Councillor Kelleher.
Yes.
Councillor Laws.
No.
Councillor Malcolm.
Yes.
Councillor Noon.
Yes.
Councillor Robertson.
No.
Councillor Scott.
No.
Councillor Wilson.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-4.
Thank you. I suggest we have a 15-minute break. So we'll reconvene at 3:45.
Was that for parts 2, 3, and 4?
Oh, gee, sorry. Oh, sorry. There's one more part. Yeah, beg your pardon. Yeah, sorry. I'll put 3 and 4. I'll put 3. Directs the Chief Executive to provide the legal advice from Len Anderson QC to LGNZ. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
And the
N. Oh, sorry. It's my fault. Thank you. And number 4, that we note that the Local Government Commission has prepared a report reviewing local government codes of conduct and submitted it to the Minister for Local Government for consideration. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Against? Carried. Thank you all. Thank you, Amanda. So we stand adjourned, reconvene at 3:45.
Oh, really? That long?
Yeah.
Well, you haven't been here long.
I feel like I've been here all day.
Well, you've been here long enough, I reckon.
See, there you go. See?
Don't be like that.
He is. Well.
I almost
a businessman.
Okay, guys,
We're underway.
guys and
Oh,
girls,
okay, sorry.
all good, all good to
I'll
go.
listen. I'll tell you tonight.
Welcome back, everybody. Can everyone hear me? We're all good
Yes,
to go?
Andrew.
Excellent, thank you. We're on to item 7.6, ORC Whare Runaka Head Office update. This report provides us an update on the ORC Whare Runaka Dunedin Head Office Accommodation Project. We've got Nick Donnelly with us. The report is a noting report.
Right.
Anything?
I swear that's my full name, so I can mostly Chan.
Yep.
And
Contents of this affidavit are true and correct, and that is the, well, it is.
Can you mute him?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
fine.
I'm muted.
We're hearing you talking to someone.
May Chen.
We've lost our video feed, so I've got. Okay. He can fix that again.
Okay.
They can hear us, but.
We're good to go. Okay. Well, welcome, Nick. Was there anything you wanted to say in terms of introducing your report?
No, you sort of summed it up. This was just a noting of the activity that's been going on since the last update that council got, which was back at the end of October. And as you can see there, it just sort of lists there's been quite a lot of meetings and a lot of staff engagement, including with councillors, with the designers, GHD. So it's really just giving council an update of where that was at. And as you would have seen earlier in the finance committee, the port, gave some further information on the progress of, from the construction side and where GHD's got to there as well. So really just for council to be aware of that there has been a fair bit going on over the last couple of months.
Thank you, Nick. Any questions or queries? I'm happy to note the report.
Andrew,
okay.
Andrew, which councillors have been involved?
Myself and Kevin.
Thank you. That's fine.
Yep, in the internal steering group. I think two meetings. Oh, plus there was the workshop with GHD, which included Kate, myself, Brian, and Alexa, I think.
Yeah. Yes.
It's been moved and seconded that we note this report. Any discussion?
Andrew?
Brian?
Yeah, sorry, my hand was
sorry,
up.
Just can't. No, I can't see anybody at the moment because we've just had a technical issue. Oh, we've got you now.
Okay,
Brian.
Apologies. Thank you for the opportunity to be involved in that little councillor group where we talked about our design ideas and so forth. I'd actually hoped that we might have seen something in writing that just, because it was one-way traffic, we gave them information and they said this, they would come back maybe with a written scope or something like this. So I must say I was a little bit surprised to see at the port presentation, they've actually come up with a concept design. And now they're going to detailed design. And we've just had a report and there's nothing, I didn't see any concept design in it. Like, how connected are we?
Thanks, Brian. Hey, look, it's probably for Sarah to answer, but can I just make a comment first? What I can recall, once we had that GHD scoping meeting, myself and Kevin were involved in an ISG, and I remember seeing the presentation and it had a list of all the various people that had been spoken to, including councillors, including staff, etc. And there was a list of items that had been raised, or they were generalised or sort of general comments. But the feedback session we had with GHD got condensed into other conversations with other interested parties, for want of a better word.
Well,
Sarah,
that's really good. It would have been nice to see that feedback. Is that feedback in your report? I have read your report. Is the concept design in your report?
Whose report are you referring to?
Well, this report, I apologise, this report here, the one in front of me, page 143.
No, it's not.
So-
The report is just outlining the activity. I mean, ideally, what we would do is get GHD to report back to you, but we can. The next step would be we actually need to get the ISG together, which Andrew and Kevin are on. Have another meeting there, and then post that. The best thing would be we probably need to get GHD back in front of all of you councillors, and they could present where they've got to. But we didn't include anything other than just an update on the various meetings and activity that we've had going on.
That would be really appreciated, Nick. They are starting to build it in August. We don't want, just saying.
Thank you, Gary.
Yeah, I think I'd just like to raise my concern at that too, because public presentation this morning, there were plans, elevations. So obviously a level of detail has been arrived at that is then being advanced. So the first we see of it, unless I've missed something, and my apologies if I have, that I have been unavailable for something, because for it to be the first part that we, or the first time we see it is in a public presentation from Port, is pretty disappointing if that's the case.
Thank you. Any response on that? Look, yeah, I'm not sure. Look, I suppose the key is to try and ensure that all the various interested parties are kept in the loop along the way, and council, you know, rank fairly high up on that list. So take your point. Any other questions or queries? It's been moved and seconded. If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you.
Sorry,
Moving
councillor,
on
could
to
you
7 point.
tell me who seconded that one?
Kate.
Thank you.
Sorry, Di.
Hillary left for the whole item. And Hillary left for the whole item.
You've got that. Those obviously. Yep. Moving on to item 7.7, annual review of the delegations manual. This paper seeks council's approval of proposed amendments to the Otago Regional Council's delegations manual, which has been identified after a staff review as requiring updating. And there's an attachment with the amended delegations manual at the back. Once again, this is yours, Nick. Pretty straightforward in terms of the recommendations there. Is there anything you want to highlight, Nick? I do have a question for you.
Yeah, whether or not I'll be able to answer the question, obviously Peter Kelleher he maintains the delegations manual, so but he's unavailable. So yeah, potentially I'll have to take questions away. But this was an action from, you know, in the actions register at the start of the meeting back in late 2020. The council resolved, and there was an action sitting there to bring an annual review of the delegations manual to council, and they said the first one would be in the second meeting of 2022. So that's why this is coming forward to this meeting. It was completing that action, and just as it notes in the paper there, the reasons for the for what's been changed there, you know, is largely just, you know, correcting anything that wasn't quite right, but most of it is around changes in position, changes in title, and those various things like that. So you'll also notice that it lists positions rather than naming a staff member. It means that, you know, obviously when a staff member leaves, whoever takes over that position just takes over the delegation as well.
Thanks, Nick. In the document itself, there's on page 218, I haven't got it in front of me, but there's page 218, 228 and 239. They were all non-delegated functions. So in other words, not delegated, so to speak. And I just wondered, was that an error, or was there a purpose for not having someone delegated and for that particular reason? And I think it was in chapter 14 in the document, and it was the first one, page 218, relates to submissions on, I think they were like national policy statements and national environmental standards, etc. And it just didn't have any delegation whatsoever. So, and then there was a couple of others, but it may have been just good reason not to have it delegated to anybody.
Yeah, that just means that that it's not delegated down to staff. It still sits with council. That's correct, Sarah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how that's my understanding. In here, this is the full delegations manual, so it does combine the delegations that have been anything that's been delegated to the chief executive, but it also includes the chief executive's delegations down to staff. But obviously, if you as council don't delegate something to the chief executive, then it would be noted there as not delegated.
Oh, thank you for that explanation. Any other queries or questions? Hilary, then Kate.
Sorry, I'm not quite sure where either of these would be, but I can't find where it says a delegation to involve ourselves in other people's processes. Maybe somebody could point me.
You mean an appeal or something like that? Or
well, that and appeals. I'm sure the appeal is in somewhere. And if somebody can show me where both the appeal is and the, like if Queenstown, some things come to us, the context of the question is some things come to us, like Queenstown Lakes put something out for submissions and we want to make a submission on what they're doing, and that tends to come to council. If we want to involve ourselves in what somebody's doing that isn't our consent or our process, where is that here? And where is the appeal delegation?
The RMA.
Yeah, it would depend what it is. I'd have to go away and get that looked at and respond back, because I think it will largely depend on what you're talking about. You know, what type of submission or appeal we're talking about. So I'd have to go away and clarify that and give you a response back outside of the meeting.
Nick, is it okay, Nick, that any of these questions that the way you've just responded to Hilary on that one, that you just email the answers to us? You able to do that?
Yeah, that would be the the easiest thing. If we're getting into a level of detail about the delegations manual is quite big, and as I said, I'm not one who's pulled it together, so I certainly don't know it off by heart where the various delegations categories.
So generally we can just swap emails about that, Nick. Thanks very much. But the appeals, I'd quite like to know where it is, because I would quite like to get the delegation changed to say Mrs. Gardner in consultation with the chair and the deputy chair. Sorry, CEO position in consultation with the chair and the deputy chair for appeals. So I'd like to know where it is so as I can say that's what I would like to.
I don't know. It's from page 49 onwards under the resource. I've actually read exactly what you want. Of the manual, sorry.
Yes. While someone's looking for that, are there any other questions you had, Hilary?
No, thank you.
Okay, all good. Kate.
2 questions from me, I think. The first one is about the Building Act, and I thought the functions we had under that related to dams, which I then thought we delegated to ECAN. And so I understand why there's a whole lot of deletions in there, I think, but I don't understand why ECAN isn't put in there. So this is page 151, the Building Act, and we've got all of those sort of things which are Building Act consents, and certainly the dam one is in there. Or maybe the Building Act's changed, and that may be why there's a whole lot of deletions. I'm not quite sure, but certainly for the dam one, which is in there somewhere, the bottom of one of those. Construction of dams on land subject to natural hazards. I'm sure we did all of those sort of things to ECAN, didn't we?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
But ECAN isn't in there as who we've delegated it to.
No, because there'll be a separate delegation to ECAN that's done. I'm sure there'll be a separate document that's been done in terms of delegating to ECAN, but we can follow that up.
Thank you. And my other question is, and sorry, Sarah, I did outline this. I'm really confused. So I completely understand a delegation to one person or one position. And I know it's moot because there's, say consent plan and there may be 20 of them here. I don't know. But what I don't understand is where you've got someone or someone or someone and you've got a junior who has to go up the line. Do they go up to the person they want to ask the question of or and get the answer they want? Or, I mean, how does that work? Where does the responsibility lie if you have delegations to 3 people? Because some of these things are relatively major policy decisions potentially. And so it's just where the responsibility lies as well as when you look at having a delegation, it's a responsibility that goes up and who holds that? Apart from you, of course, as CEO, but does that make sense? Because I mean, there's quite a few places here we've added, instead of just having one person as we've had in the past, we've added a number of people without any hierarchy to that. It's this person unless they're away on leave, and then in which case you go to X. And that's where I was asking yesterday on my email. It's because I don't know who then has that responsibility, if that makes sense.
You're on mute, Sarah.
Sorry. Delegations operate on a high trust model, and in order for the organisation to work effectively and efficiently, we have to have them. The delegations manual operates in a really controlled environment, and overall accountability, of course, rests with senior managers. As per the delegation manual principles, and you can find them on table 1, principles, terms and conditions, the delegations are made so that it is effective and efficient to implement and deliver on council's policies and objectives. And it's why we have some additional delegates added in some areas. So yes, there are multiple delegations for different people, and that's quite simply because we're an organisation of 300. We have some people who hold the same job, and usually what you find is that the delegation is to the lowest possible point. The most senior delegate holds the responsibility for the delegation, and it's managed in a controlled way, and that helps us manage the risk. So there are other risk control measures that we use. So staff who hold delegations are advised of the delegations they hold by letter, either when they start in the role or when their delegations change. And they're asked to sign to say they've understood the content of the delegations and how they're to be used. The delegations are exercised with care and discipline in line with the principles and terms and conditions in the manual, and also policies and procedures. And in a number of cases, our delegations are embedded in systems, for example, in our finance system and in our HR system. So also what you'll see tomorrow, I think, for audit and risk, is that we are implementing comply with, which has another level of compliance checks and balances for delegation use.
Right, thank you. Sorry, thank you.
Any other questions or queries before I go back to Hilary?
Oh, just
Nick.
Yeah, going back to Hilary's question, is what you're looking for, Hilary, is that Part E, Regulatory Resource Management Act delegations, which starts section 12, but if you go to section 14 on page 56 of the delegations manual, so it's actually page 217.
209.
I've got it in 217, but
Yeah,
anyway.
217, yeah.
Yeah, 217, it's got submissions. So then that section, and it has a blurb, and then it goes over to what the delegations are there.
Yes.
That's about where we submit on like district plans and the like. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, yes, I think it is. Make a submission.
You've got submission to the EPA.
Lodge
You've
or
got
withdraw, yes, thank you.
lodge or withdraw a submission on further submissions on a proposed plan or plan change on behalf of council. And again, there you've got the national policy statement and the like is not delegated.
So those are the thing at the bottom of page 56 describes at what times these delegations can be used, and talks about implementing council's previous decisions. So they won't require any further. So the delegation is limited to situations where it's implementing council's previous decisions.
Yeah, that's right.
Which is so like existing policy.
Yes.
Essentially, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Perfect, Nick.
Yep.
Sorry, can I just ask a question?
Yep, Michael.
As I understand this report, Nick, this is simply updating existing delegations to recognise, I guess, the reorganisation, restructuring of staff positions. Is that right?
Yeah, the bulk of it is, as it says in the exec summary, there is some, there was some gaps or, potential errors that were fixed up, but most of it is, if we've redefined roles or teams or whatever, job titles might have changed, those sort of things. So that's the bulk of it.
And as I understand, Hilary, the wider delegations issue, audit and risk is doing that. Is that right? And is reporting back at some time to council. Have I got that wrong or have I got that right?
I wasn't aware that we were currently doing.
Right, because again, we're going to need to make, Mr. Chairman, a recommendation to the incoming council in time regards delegations, and I'm expecting that we'll have the wider discussion.
Oh, the suggestion was that this was the day that
Oh, is that right? So this is it now.
Yeah. We are looking at the delegations manual now.
Oh, well, I've looked through that. Sarah might be able to point it out to me. I can't see anything that sets out, after you've delegated a responsibility to a person, the accountability for that decision. So if you delegated decision-making power to the ORC and that person gets it wrong, or makes a fundamental error, where's the accountability mechanism back to the organisation in toto? I've looked through the delegation manual and I can't see an accountability for getting things wrong. And I'm sorry, but humans are humans. We all get things wrong and make mistakes at times, but is there an accountability mechanism built into these delegations? The answer to that question on looking through the delegations manual would appear to be no.
So
we give the
I would have to come back
we
to you on
don't.
that.
Sarah?
I'd have to come back to you on that and to be able to give you a proper answer.
Okay. Then I'm going to have difficulty voting for this today, because that seems a fundamental issue about if governance say, right, we're going to give this delegation power, off you go. The accountability mechanism back to whoever delegates that power. let's just say the chief executive's delegated that power to a staff member and they stuff it up. Or the chief executive, not you, Sarah, but gets it wrong and that delegation comes from governance. I've looked through the delegation manual and I don't see, as I said, that strain coming back the other way. So I'm just raising that issue now.
Okay.
Thank you for raising
Gretchen.
the issue. I'll come back to you with an answer.
Thank you.
Gretchen.
Yeah, sorry. Well, yeah, it's the answer to that one, I think, would be that 4.1, that the chief executive has absolute control over all employment-related matters concerning staff, first of all. Second of all is my question regarding delegations, and just, I'm not sure whether Hilary actually answered it, but
You're losing you, you're freezing up on us, Gretchen.
And it means that the council retains authority to make the decision and do what it does. If we delegate, though, that authority, can we come in over the top and start making decisions as well? That's my question.
That's a good question.
Yeah, the answer to that's on page 11, actually.
Yeah. Sorry, Gretchen, you were coming and going, you're breaking up a bit there, but I think you got the thrust of your question. So, Sarah, do you want to respond?
Page 172.
Page 11, terms and conditions. Page 11, terms and conditions.
Number 1.
Number 1.
That's the answer.
All right, I'm just going to the page.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, so basically any delegator, whether that's you or whether that's me, could exercise under terms and conditions, could exercise that power in substitution for a delegate. Whether that in practice would be the appropriate way to handle something would be something you'd need to determine on a case-by-case basis. It's a pretty heavy-handed approach, and certainly not something that I would resort to in the first instance in terms of good leadership. However, that's available.
Could I just give some general context to this, where we're going? If people think of it as agency, somebody is your agent, then there are limitations that naturally come from delegations or making somebody your agent, which means that if that person does something, or somebody from the outside can assume that they've done it properly as your agent, and they've done that delegated thing. So you can't undo something that's been done. So although you can, for the future, you can say, I am going to do this instead of the person who you've made an agent or something. If we've made somebody our agent by delegating it, or if our chief executive has made somebody our agent by delegating it, then that action that they've taken is done and dusted. It's done on our behalf and it is us who've done it. So it's really important, together with what our chief executive says about it wouldn't usually be good leadership to start meddling with some of those things. It certainly isn't even possible to retrospectively do anything that's been done. So not only in the future you wouldn't, but you cannot in the past, and often it wouldn't be appropriate for your future. Just think of it as our agent. I've appointed you as my agent today. At any stage in the future, I can say, for this occasion, you're not my agent, or whatever. Or you can say generally you are, or in the future you never are, which will be the delegations manual. So think of it just as that person being your agent and acting as you for that purpose.
Any further questions or queries? Michael?
Actually, Sarah, I think I might have found it, and I just want to share it with you. Have you got the document in front of you?
Yes, I have, Michael.
Can Sarah hear me?
Yes, I can.
It's it's on my printed page. I think it's page 12 of the manual, and it's section 13, and it says the chief executive may revoke or limit or suspend for a period or reduce the extent of a delegation that the council has made to named officers, such that some or all of the function, duty or power must be exercised by a supervisor of the person holding the delegation. That gives you the ability to intervene and say, no, I'm going to take it off you and give it to somebody else. But I guess the question I'm trying to get is the accountability back the other way. For if you've made an error, how do you correct it? Or what are the mechanisms? So I guess what that says is, can I give you an example?
Go for it.
A real one. And this is no criticism, so please don't take it that way. Do you remember when you intervened on the New Zealand ski one and you processed the consents?
Yes.
Yeah, no criticism. I mean, no one's had a go at you over it. Well, we haven't. You have always had that ability. So if somebody says, you've always got the ability to step in and go, I need to look at this. Is that right?
Yes, if you want to be technical about it, yes. But I think there's more to it than just that you have the ability to do it. So it's not, yes, I guess the answer is yes, you could. You would have to case by case determine whether it was appropriate and whether you might take other sorts of action instead.
Yeah. See, so the principle's established. That's what I'm trying to say to my council colleagues. The principle is established in here. And sorry, if I just read the document a little bit more, thank you for Councillor Malcolm for pointing it out. Then I would have had the answer to my question. Thank you.
Cool. Any further queries?
Thank you, Kevin.
If not, does someone like to move? I'll move.
I would like to suggest an amendment.
Okay, so would you like to move the amendment as part, to be the mover of the motions, including your...
I would be happy to move the motions with an additional change, which is on page 73 and
of the manual
and 75 of the manual, that the delegations to lodge, withdraw or oppose an appeal to the Environment Court and its friend of the including over the page the High Court and over the page Court of Appeal and Supreme Court, should be exercised by the Chief Executive in consultation with the Chair and Deputy Chair. And there may be some other delegations that would need to be changed to align with those. So any subsequent, there's legal words for that, but they're not coming to me at the moment. But so is that other things that line up with those. But what I'm looking at is the Environment Court, the High Court, Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court, any appeals or opposing appeals or joining an appeal should require the Chief Executive to consult with the chair and deputy chair before committing to them.
I think you need to be very, because I'm
have
sort of trying to follow exactly which ones you're talking about, and I'm not particularly clear. I think you'd need to actually step us through exactly which sections you're talking about on those
with the technology.
Top of page 73.
Yeah, I know.
Lodge, withdraw, or oppose. Those two. On page 75.
Yeah. It's basically section 17 court proceedings.
Yep. Here we go.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is that the top of page 73, there's the first box, and that says lodge, withdraw, or oppose. Yeah, and then there's a box below that. So are you saying?
Second on that one.
Yes.
Yep. So which boxes or which sections are you talking about?
Sorry. She's talking about them all, basically.
Well,
and what she is saying, sorry, and just to explain to Sarah, what she's doing, she's talking about them all, and she's saying basically that before you do any of those things, she wants to change what's in that box on the right to the chief executive.
To the chief executive in consultation with the chair and the deputy chair.
Well,
okay, can I, sorry.
Consultation with the chair. So essentially, what is being proposed, can I explain to Sarah, is that the wording that is currently used for 17.2, the High Court, and 17.3, the Court of Appeal and Supreme Court, is also used for 17.1, the Environment Court.
I understand, and I know that there were changes made, but I don't think you're making the distinction between changes in a policy sense and changes in a consent sense. And so we've had this debate before, but I would seriously recommend that you ask us to do some work on this about the implications, because if I'm looking at what you're talking about, so it's basically any lodging, withdrawal, opposition of an appeal, but it also points to mediation, consent memoranda, draft consent orders, side agreements, all of that kind of stuff. I don't participate in that now, because that gets done by general managers and the manager of policy or the manager of consent. What that means is that I suddenly have to go to all the consent mediations, and potentially so does the chair. So
we're losing you. Sarah, we're losing you half the time.
Sorry. Is that any better?
I'm happy to lay this on the table.
Yeah,
actually, I think
that'd be a good idea.
I think, yeah, that's a really good idea.
It's a really good discussion to have, but it's brought with this.
Okay, then that's a procedural motion.
Yep. So move.
Needs a seconder.
Moved by Carmen, seconded by Kate, that we let this lie on the table. Do we want a time frame there?
I'm happy to bring it up at the next council meeting. It would be great that we're given the opportunity to ask the CEO any questions on it, so that they can be responded to. I appreciate where she's coming, but with this, sorry, Sarah, the technology is so bad at the moment. Everything is being cut in and out. We're not having a great conversation. If you're wondering where we're going now, it's just so that we can get the technology better.
Sure. No. Can you hear me at the moment?
Yeah.
Yep.
So we're thinking of laying it on the table so these questions can be answered and brought back to the next. Yeah.
Yes, I understand your question.
Isolate.
But yes, please could you isolate this matter and deal with the changes to the delegation manual, because otherwise
I think
that's problematic.
I think that's fair enough. So that we'll lay on the table section 17 court proceedings, and the rest of the changes or delegations as proposed, we can pass today.
Yeah, I'll second that then.
To be fair, they're not bringing any changes in section 17.
Yes, I know, but we're having that discussion.
We're still going to review it.
Okay.
Great. Okay.
Can you, so just withdraw that procedural motion just for a moment?
Yeah.
Okay. Brian has got a question, and then in the meantime, can we just flesh out exactly how you're going to isolate this issue so we can adopt the rest of the delegation manual? But
The
I'm just going
time
to go
for questions is finished. Are we going back to questions?
No, yeah.
no, well, Brian, okay. We've got
So
nothing,
who's
moved on.
actually chairing this meeting?
Brian, have you a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, my question is I actually look forward to, staff feedback, providing their perspective. But just going back to, what was proposed in terms of consulting with the chair and the deputy chair, just building upon what the issue that Kate raised in terms of dealing with different people. I don't want to bring personalities into it, but just it seems to me it should be one person consulting with one person. So it should be the CE consulting with the chair, and the chair can consult with the deputy if he or she feels fit. That's my view. Is that what are your thoughts on that?
It wasn't a question.
Sorry,
Okay.
Is it the de facto chair again?
Hank, Brian, just look, we're nearly there with a suggested motion where the topic that's been raised by Hillary needs obviously some thought, because there could well be some unintended consequences, or there may or may not be, but also, yeah, just it would allow staff to turn their mind to, what that might look like. So is there something that's going to be moved that essentially deals with the delegation manual today, with excluding that topic that you've raised, Hillary?
Yes, I think I want to move what was proposed together with a resolution saying the matters, the delegations in 17 relating to court proceedings will be laid on a table and brought back to the next meeting, or
No, we
just
ask them to review it because it's not part of this.
Okay.
So all we're approving is the delegation changes, and this doesn't relate to 17.
Right.
So the fourth one would be seek a review of section 17, or the section 17 court action, and whether a delegation including the chair and deputy chair would be good governance. Something would be preferable.
So
we're looking for wording for the
Oh, it's simple.
17.
You just pass the motion with all, Mr. Chairman.
No, so look, so the original plan here at the moment, okay, here we go. This is where we're at.
Adding.
Yes.
So just finalising the wording for 4.
Actually, that's probably all you need.
Yes.
Well done. Yeah.
By when?
For the next council meeting.
So court proceedings, sorry, not court action. Apologies.
Excuse me. Sorry. We can do it, but not by the next council meeting. It's too soon.
Okay, no, fair enough.
For the April council meeting?
Oh, there's not one in April.
May council meeting?
Well, it doesn't have to be a council.
Yes, what I'm trying to do is, there is as you know, we're undertaking land and water plan consultation, and it will require the work of the policy team, the consents team, possibly the compliance team. So there'll be members of different teams that will need to come together with our legal team. And as you know, they're all pretty flat out. So if you could give us some grace until say May, that would be really fantastic.
Yeah, no, May's cool. Yeah, May's cool.
Could we?
Thanks, Sarah.
So
May's cool.
For the 20th of May meeting.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I'm sure our staff will
it's okay.
Be aware of
the
queries we're raising.
Yep, we're all happy.
Right, I'm going to put the first 3 first, and then I'll put number 4 separately. Okay. So all those in favour of 1, 2, and 3, please say aye.
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 Against? Carried. Number 4, seek a review of delegations in section 7 court proceedings to be brought back to the 25th May 2022 council meeting. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against?
No.
Against? Do you want that recorded, Gretchen?
No, that's fine.
Okay, motion carried. Thank you very much, Nick. You've got another item though. Moving on to 7.8, the regional shared services. This report seeks council's endorsement for ORC to become a shareholder in the proposed regional sector shared services organisation, Regional Software Holdings Limited, and seeks approval to prepare documentation to undertake consultation on the proposal. Attached letters to the councils regarding the RSSO membership ORC, which is the ORC, and the second attachment is the regional sector shared services briefing paper, and also third attachment, the regional sector shared services business case. Nick, any comments with regards to this report? I know it's a follow up from the previous one.
Yeah, this paper, basically the same, the paper, similar paper, and the attachments came to council in December. There was discussion at that meeting around wanting to have a bit more information and understand the risks of being a shareholder a bit better. So although obviously it's still the same attachments, we've endeavoured to flesh out a bit more in the paper itself just to explain how that works. So fundamentally, from the point of view of a shared services organisation, which will be effectively running a sector office for all the regional councils. So there's already a lot of work that goes on that is done in that space already. It's typically funded via one organisation, or a lot of it is now funneling through RSHL. But basically, RSHL doesn't take, or the shared services organisation doesn't take any of the residual risk around that. It's fully indemnified by the councils to fund their share of whatever those costs are, if it's the sector office type work that's being done, or in the case of it, when we talked a bit about, there was IT projects that are going on, and we talked a bit about the regulatory compliance system that's being looked at. Councils that participate in the various initiatives, there's always agreements that indemnify the either, in this case, the shared service organisation, or if one council is the lead, the other councils indemnify that council. So there's no residual cost risk being borne by the shared service organisation itself. The benefit to council of being a shareholder is that then we're fully participating, and we would be able to be involved, in the overall governance level of that organisation, just to make sure that we've got that oversight within there. So that's really all we've tried to outline. Ideally, the desire is for all the regional councils to join and become shareholders in the shared service organisation, as it points out in the business case. It's not going to fall over if that doesn't happen. If councils choose not to, i.e. if we chose not to, we can still participate in these initiatives, just on a we'll just be funding, and we just won't get any say on how RSHL, or if that's what it's called, is governed. And the other thing is, of course, the organisation RSHL will be the organisation that will hold any IP around any of these system developments. So we wouldn't have a share in the ownership of that.
Thank you. I'll just check with Sarah. Was there anything that you wanted to comment on regarding the regional sector CE's work on this matter, Sarah, with potential opportunities and shared services, etc.?
Just to say that I think it's very useful to be working in this way in the sector. we're going to need to do that, I think, in the medium term, particularly with the amount of reform coming upon us, the changes that will mean to systems, processes, etc., and also the labour shortage. So, there is a lot of merit in this collaborative working together in shared services.
Thank you. Questions? Michael, Laws, then Hilary.
3 quick questions. The consultation, does it require to be, I imagine, in the draft annual plan for next year, if you're going out for public consultation? The second question is, IT, I note, is excluded from what we're going to get involved in. But IT has got a notorious history in both the local and central government sectors. I see they are going down the IT lot with this regional services. If it goes belly up, Nick, are we as a shareholder liable for whatever the loss may be? Okay, that's if we're a shareholder. Just those 2 will be fine.
Right. So first one, consultation. The costs of the initiatives that we'd be undertaking are actually already included in the LTP, but we have to consult if we wanted to become a shareholder in a CCO. It's the same as when we joined the LGFA. We had to consult because any time that you set up it's under the Local Government Act, a new CCO, or you become a shareholder in an existing CCO, you need to consult. So it's really a little bit of a formality, that side of it, as it was for when we joined the LGFA. As we've tried to explain in the paper, and I just tried to explain, if we are involved in a joint IT project, of which we are anyway, RSHL is, even though we're not a shareholder, is undertaking them. The IRIS one is one example, but there's shared wells database has been developed. So there's various things going on. When those initiatives are done, proposals put together, and as I said, all the councils who participate, and it might be all of them, might be half of them, they all indemnify the shared service organisation, and so that actual shared service organisation doesn't hold the residual risk. Each council does. And from that point of view, like another example would be that's being funded centrally by one council, which is us, is LAWA. So RSHL currently collect that money from all the councils. They pass it on to us, and we actually, we run LAWA through our organisation. If our LAWA costs double, we're indemnified that we just on charge all the other councils that are involved. So it's the same, it's exactly the same concept.
Right. So I think the answer to my second question was no.
Is
that right?
Well, it's no in the sense that we wouldn't
so if we're not involved in a project,
we'd only be exposed to our share of the risk.
Yes, but sorry, I'll say it again then. If we're not involved in a particular project run by this company, then we don't face any risk.
That's correct.
Right.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's right. You're all good. Hilary.
I got my, yeah. There isn't any options on this paper, and because it would appear, yes, I've missed them somewhere. Because there are no options, there are no advantages and disadvantages, and I'm struggling to see any benefits. Have I missed something here? Did you mean there'll be options and there isn't any, or?
In the paper, I haven't listed any of that, but if you go to the attachments, the business case lists various options that could have been considered for doing this sort of work, and the benefits of each one.
Now, I'm not asking you what they think they were. This is the report from you, so I would have expected you to produce some options and what you were advising us, because we don't have any relationship with this group in the sense that we would be able to ask them about things. So I'm asking you, because you're the person who's put this report in front of us, what you think you would have had as options and what the benefits would be to you. I mean, I have a feeling that you're a bit easy-ozy about it, but I can't get the feeling for why there's any sort of benefits to us or anything, and I'm wondering why there aren't options. And
well, because like I said, the paper's just putting forward the proposal to become a shareholder, which and join the regional shared services group, which is outlined in the attachments. So I wasn't going to take what's already in a business case and summarize it. I mean, simple fact is, if you want to look at ORC's options, you can go ahead and move forward with becoming a shareholder and join, or not. And you just, the not means you just retain the status quo. And we'll still just carry on doing what we're doing, but we won't have a shareholding or a say in the governance of the regional sector organisation that'll be running a whole lot of the projects collaboratively going forward.
And what would be the benefits to us is what I'm trying to struggle with here.
Well, my view would be, if we're going to be involved in that, surely we want to be involved at actually sitting around the table, having a say in how that organisation runs and is set up. Yeah. You know, we could get to the point where, for example, if you're not, they could make decisions about what their priorities are going to be on different work streams that might not align to ours. So then we just end up down the pecking order all the time, because shareholder councils get the biggest say in which projects get progressed first.
Yes, although it does appear that our chief executive would be there, but we would not be, and it would usually be if it's a governor, if it's a group, interactive group, it would sort of have a governance level thing. I'm just struggling a bit here. Sorry, I won't take up any more time with what you think the benefits are.
Okay. Thank you. Brian, then Kevin, then Kate.
At the last discussion, I was a bit negative, but I was actually impressed with what was actually written down in the business case and so forth. And it's difficult to argue with collaboration on core work. So my only questions are really, it's regarding the accountability and the reporting back to the ORC governance and to council, having this organisation. What are the obligations? Or like, do we sign the dotted line and we never really sort of, some of these entities, they don't seem to be that transparent to me. So how's it going to work with this? Will there be a presentation annually or something like this about how the organisation is going, what its issues and strengths and weaknesses are and vision? Or do we never hear about it for 5 years?
Yeah, interesting. I don't know what the current RSHL councils receive, but even though we're not an RSHL council, we still get updates because we're involved in those projects that are going on. We get updates. So because one of the things that happens across the sector is all the special interest groups. So there's a finance and corporate group, and they report in on the various projects that are going on through RSHL that impact our sector, and there'll be other ones that they're no doubt they're reporting through to the other sector SIGs. So I would assume the current RSHL councils probably they would get an annual report being shareholders on what the organisation has done for the year. So I probably wouldn't see it any different to reporting that you receive from the port. You'll have an entity that you're a shareholder in, and you'd receive updates on their performance, at least annually.
And I can take that as a bottom line, yeah. To governance as well as staff.
Well, it's that I wouldn't see that there'd be any issue with that, and I mean that's how the port operates. So this would become, once we're a shareholder, it's not 100% owned. You'll have a smaller shareholding, but you know, there's nothing in there that shouldn't be reported to the wider sector and all the councils. Like I said,
could we include a sixth recommendation that appropriate reporting is encapsulated along similar lines to the port?
Yeah, you can add that. I mean, at this point, all we're asking is to get the approval to move forward and prepare, because to go out and consult, we've got to prepare proposal documents. So if we got the approval, yeah, I'll go away and ask the question about what's the current reporting processes of RSHL into those councils that are currently shareholders, and yeah, that it might be similar. They might come back and go, oh yeah, they already report quarterly or twice a year, annually. I don't know, but find out what they do, and I'll let you know, and hopefully that'll be acceptable.
Maybe just the expectation is regular reporting.
It'd be good to understand the existing CCO and how its reporting system works, and I imagine that they would have the same sort of systems in place. Kevin, then Kate.
So Nick, just a couple of questions. When we say yes to 2 and 3, we then go out to consultation. If consultation comes back and says no, and we run with that consultation, where are we then at with our position? Can we then withdraw?
Yep. There's no as if you read through it, it would be it's a desire that all the councils would join, but it's being set up in such a way that councils can hopefully all join over time, but it might be that we get to a point that not all the councils do ultimately join. So our RSHL have been made aware of. I've advised them where we got to in December and that we were going back up. But I said, look, it's up to council. It's up to you. You could say no today. You could go through a consultation, and then based on the feedback, you might decide that the answer's no. Then there's no, just because you consult, there's no obligation to then join.
Thank you, Chair. If you're ready, I'm happy to move recommendations 1 to 5.
Okay, I've got a question here from Kate and Hilary, and I'll come back to you, Kevin.
I think I'm concerned about our community's willingness to be consulted non-stop at the moment, but what I'm really concerned about is the risks or opportunities this gives. If we didn't do it, what happens to Lawa? At the moment, there are 6 regional councils in this group. Don't know how many are planning on going through this process themselves now. But we run Lawa at the moment. There is talk in the report of taking that over into RSHL. If we aren't a member, will that go? Is that a risk to us? I mean, at the moment, we don't employ a lot of people, or do we employ a lot of people doing Lawa? Small contract, isn't it?
I can answer it. We employ a person on behalf of the sector, because they need an employer, not because they work for us, and we don't control Lawa at all. That is controlled by the regional sector, but sitting outside of the current CCO. The plan is that Lawa would come in underneath that. I think that we would become largely a passenger, the sense that we'd elect to be involved in some things, not necessarily involved in other things. And in terms of determining the priorities for for the things, the shared services that sit under the sector, we wouldn't have a seat at the governance table, so we wouldn't have the level of influence around what they choose to do, don't do, etc. So I think there's disadvantage. I don't see a great deal of risk. We're not talking about giving over a substantial amount of money. It's project based. You know, we do currently and have for the last at least 3 years given $300,000 a year to an organisation that's never once come and presented to you. So, you know, in terms of risk, I think it's, you know, we know who they are. They're part of the regional sector. And I feel more comfortable with this kind of arrangement than I would necessarily in some other arrangement. We recognise it's your decision to make.
Thank you. Sorry, Hilary, and then Kevin.
If people are considering going ahead with this, I think it would be a wee bit like predetermination to authorise the chief executive to write a letter with our intentions when, if we pass things saying we're going to consult, then I think we shouldn't pass something, if people were even thinking of it, saying we intend to go ahead with it. It does have a smell of predetermination about it to me.
Okay, thank you. Kevin, and you're happy to move 1 to 5. And just a question, just picking up on Brian's point, with regards to seeking clarity around annual reporting processes.
Look, I actually don't think we need that, but if it makes Councillor Scott happy, because I think that will be part of it anyway. That's just part of the CCO process. So I'd be very confident in just getting Mr. Donnelly's reassurance that that is in fact. But if Councillor Scott wants to add that our CFO confirms the reporting structure of the new entity at the conclusion of the consultation period.
Oh,
Does that make sense? They're happy with
yeah,
that?
thank you.
I'd be happy with that.
I do wonder whether also to appease Hilary, simply make that 5 with a CE rights, but you know the intent becomes shareholder subject to consultation, successful consultation.
Sorry, Brian, just refer to which recommendation you're talking about.
Firstly, thank you to Kevin for putting his proposed line in regarding the reporting, and I'm just suggesting to appease Hilary's one that at the end of recommendation 5, you could make that, you know, comma subject to consultation in there somewhere.
Gotcha.
So the intent is subject to successful consultation.
Happy with that, Kevin?
Yep.
Okay, so
will I talk to that now?
Yeah, I'm just going to get a seconder for that motion. I'll second it. So speakers, Kevin.
We actually need to look at what's going to happen with it. We've just seen Three Waters happening, and that's an amalgam of everyone getting together, whether we like that or not, and that's going to happen. But the real key part to this, to me, is the drivers, which is efficiency, consistency, and economies of scale. And they are all great words, but I think we can actually deliver that. The investment objectives is talking about preparing for the future challenges, ensuring we get a return on our investment, ensuring consistent good practice and processes through local government. So at the end of the day, the only way you're going to get that really is collaborating with people and working with other people. So I think that's real key. And the other part is what we're already doing and what that sector is already trying to do. And it's in that technology space where if you start doing that individually, you are ripping up a lot of money. It's like me sailing. You just rip these $10 notes up and it'd be better someone else doing it. So if you stick together, and we're talking about environment data management, farm data management, consenting hubs, resource sharing, we've got the Iris next generation stuff happening. They're all stuff that we actually need. that if we do that individually, I could see us getting, look, it just simply, those sorts of things are far better to do somehow being amalgamated with other people. The key to this will be, though, the governance group of it, which is still yet to be formed. There's some suggestions on there now, but it will be the key of that governance group to ensuring that happens equally for everyone. So, look, I think we go down the next stages and we see how that group itself evolves as others start to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Hilary.
Just briefly, we have at the moment top of our risk register that governance makes crap decisions, and that is a serious extreme red risk. Making any decision based on the report we have today would be a very risky decision to be making because we simply don't have the sort of information we would properly have. I can't be supporting it.
Further speakers? Carmen, then Michael Laws.
Thanks for that discussion, and going back to you, Mrs. Gardner and Mr. Donnelly, and all the questions and answers, but I'm not going to support it. I'm just going to leave it and just, I would really like it just to lie on the table, simply because I think there's some bits that we just are unsure of, but that's how it goes, and maybe we run the risk of some of those great things like Laura and Iris and whatever, but I don't think we need it, so I'm not going to support it.
You, Michael Laws.
Well, it's sort of a question and not, because it'll determine how I vote. I assume that by going out to consultation, we will get this chance to vote on this finally again, because we'll have the consultation back. So in supporting the motion today, I'm supporting that it goes out for consultation on the basis that I will be better informed when that consultation process is completed. So provisionally, I'll support this today, and then I'll make the final decision once we get the consultation process back.
So that's what we're doing. Okay. Further speakers? Kate?
I'm still deciding, but the reason I'm really wary of that is I think this is an important move. I think there are some benefits and there's some risks with it. It does capture us going down a path of development of stuff sometimes which won't be necessarily our highest priority. And that will take away energy from what we think is a highest priority by the very nature of our membership, especially if it's going to be our CEO representing us when we may want her to be considering other things. At the moment, it may not be a lot of work, but there's that potential. I don't think there's any merit in consulting with our community at the moment, seriously, and expecting to get a response. This is high-level technical stuff. I'd be delighted if we got some response, but if it's more than 2 submissions, I'd be surprised. And that means that I'm not particularly, it's cost a lot of money to do that, when I don't think we're going to get the result that I really want to get the right people telling me and giving me their arguments for or against. And while we've got a business case for it driven by a sector, we don't, as Hilary has pointed out, actually had the regional council, our regional council view about those priorities that may be driven through here and the benefits for this particular council. I've been right for shared services in a whole lot of levels, and I look forward to the day when we may do shared services with the DCC on buses, for example. But what I don't like is adding another layer that adds a managers and adds other costs that then becomes the CEO of their own organisations and a whole lot of other layers that simply should be done outside of those other rather expensive structures. I don't know why there has to be that independent, those other layers that seem to be already built in there. There's several staff members already and things. So that's really concerns me. And I don't, maybe I just haven't understood the papers well enough to understand those costs. Having said that, where I go, but I seriously do think there's some deficiencies here in our understanding of where we might go and what the costs might be and the direction. It may be well to be a shareholder, but that doesn't mean there's still only one vote. You get all of the regional councils in there and you still won't be able to have much flexing, much if any muscle.
Thank you. My only comments around the opportunities that potentially exist by having shared services as a sort of tool in their toolbox, so to speak. And I often hear about capacity and capability as being a big challenge for the local government sector. And I think an organisation potentially, although I'm trying to keep an open mind, potentially has the ability to provide collaboration in that space as well. And I think also the central government are looking towards, greater, I suppose collaboration, greater ability to work together going forward, trying to get more for less. The community are probably demanding that as well. Not probably, they are demanding that as well. So I see this a wee bit as I don't know whether you call it due diligence going out for consultation, but it's another avenue of information that we can have fed back to us. Clearly, we've got the business case. Clearly, we've got the report in front of us. Clearly, we've got the CEO, the regional sector CEOs with their report as well. So I see the consultation as just an additional source of information that will guide us to make the right decision eventually, whatever that might be. Are there any other speakers? If not, I will put the motion and the...
I suggest a division.
Okay. No,
Do you want me to put, is this a motion that we're putting up?
correct.
Yep, let me show that.
Sorry, I apologise. I've gone to the wrong company, Regional Software Holdings Limited, rather than Regional Services when I gave my spiel. Apologies. They're all so similar.
So this is moved by Kevin and I seconded.
Well, they're doing the same thing. So we've got another company doing the same thing.
No, it's not by this. No.
Regional Software Holdings.
Okay, we'll just go to a division. Yep.
Councillor Calvert? No. Councillor Deeker?
Yes.
Councillor Forbes?
Yes.
Councillor Hope?
No.
Councillor Kelleher?
No.
Councillor Laws?
Yes.
Councillor Malcolm?
Yes.
Councillor Noon?
Yes.
Councillor Robertson?
Yes.
Councillor Scott?
Yes.
And Councillor Wilson?
No.
Motion carries 7-4.
7-4. Thank you. Thanks very much, Nick, Sarah. Okay, moving on to item 8. These are the recommendations adopted at the committee meeting.
Yes, I'd like to move 8, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yes, I think
So-
we could do that.
So moved by Hillary,
Seconded.
seconded by Michael Laws. Any discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Against?
Aye.
Against?
Carried unanimously.
Carried. Okay, moving on to item 9, chairperson and a CE's report. Take it as read. I'll deal with mine first, if you like, before we go to Sarah's. Any questions?
So moved.
I'll second that.
Move that the report is noted. No questions? All good? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Against? Carried. Moving on to 9.2, Chief Executive's report.
And I'd like to
I will
note
move.
that.
You're moving, Hillary. I'll second.
And what a busy little chocolate fish our Chief Executive's been. Thank you, Chief Executive.
No, any questions for Sarah before I put the motion? If not, all those in favour, please say aye.
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 Against? Carried.
That's the end of that.
Now we're down to item 10. This is the resolution to exclude the public.
So moved.
You'll move. Thank you. And seconded by Carmen. And just noting that we need to allow Len to stay in, Len Anderson, to stay in for the public excluded item. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 Against? Carried.
Stop the live stream.
Stop live stream, yes. Yeah. And let's have